That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
72 Table and Tap hits the spot for creative food, craft beer, and bourbon, as in really good bourbon. 72 Table and Tap is just south of Ralston Arena, so stop in before or after the concert or game. Try one of the 20 beers on tap, any one of the 150 whiskeys, or indulge in some smoked wings or a goldfish breaded pork tenderloin. They also serve salads, tasty bar food, flatbreads, pizzas, sandwiches, and desserts. There's a reason customers keep coming back. 72 Table and Tap. Eat, drink, gather, repeat.
Now open Sundays till 9.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day, and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, all here, ready to go.
Yo.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
How are you? Pretty good. Pretty good. Enjoyed the football yesterday. Enjoyed the basketball over the weekend.
You're not a Lions fan, so you don't have to be sad today.
A lot of great sports watching for me, the person who loves sports the most.
Gosh, you do love sports
so much. I love sports so much, I watched them all weekend.
Man, what a life.
You guys probably just, went to shopping,
No,
went to the mall.
Shopping. You know what I did do?
Fun.
I had a goal last week.
Sports action.
I was like, I need to get back into reading. And so I read this weekend. It's like summer all over again. I turned off the TV, trying to remember when it was. Friday night, I said, no TV for me. I'm going to read. And I read for like 2 hours. It was great.
Fun.
Yeah, it was awesome. So
what was I doing?
What weird murder cult cannibal book are you reading?
Not a murder cult cannibal book. It's very good, though.
What's it about?
So it's actually referenced. This book was referenced in Parks and Rec. It's about this couple, and spoiler alert for the book Freedom by Jonathan Franzen. I'm like 200 pages in. His wife has an affair with his best friend from college. And so who knows what's going to happen next? It's very good. He's a great writer. A little pretentious, but
he's probably
That's a book guy. He's a book guy.
Sure. I'm not going to be bothered by good sentences.
Authors, I guess they call them.
They often do. Novels.
How do you know the author's pretentious?
I've read one of his books, and I'm reading this one. I can just tell.
He just writes pretentiously.
Yeah,
John.
he writes pretentiously.
What does that mean?
How would I describe pretentious
This
writing?
is a Seinfeld episode
I'm
already.
I'm reading Dr. Seuss here, and I'm like,
That's not pretentious.
Man, that guy's pretentious.
Yeah, maybe a little questionable though.
I'm trying to figure out how would I describe. I mean, he has a way with words.
Just kind of the tone.
Well, there are many people that
Yeah.
have ways with words, but they aren't pretentious.
Well, I'm not saying this is a negative. I
Maybe
like
you're like
this.
calling out a certain type of
Yes,
person for doing something.
I have found it hard to recommend this author's like I recommended one of his books. I read one of his books last summer, and I recommended it to Schaefer. I was like, I don't know if you would like it though, just because I know kind of the things that
pretentious?
Schaefer doesn't like, and so I was like, I'm not going to recommend this to Schaefer. So I'm not recommending it to anybody because the characters are very unlikable.
Josh not recommending a book.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
so
Thank
good
you.
though. The writing is incredible.
But are you not?
Are
you unrecommending
it's
it?
Josh that's pretentious.
I don't think I'm
not
pretentious.
the author.
But you like pretentious writers.
I like this pretentious writer. Yeah, I don't know.
You still haven't explained how you know this guy is pretentious. He could be the most humble individual in the world.
I've read an interview with him too. He's definitely
Well,
not.
okay, well, that's where you're getting.
Yeah. But the writing, I mean, John, you could read like 5 pages and you could be like, I know exactly what Josh is describing.
He's just, you think you're better than me?
Yeah.
Jonathan Franzen?
Again, his sentences are very complex.
What, like every other paragraph, just there's a parentheses. And by the way, if you don't understand
You're
this by now,
poor.
you're an idiot.
I mean, kind of, but not that direct, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think I can't think of an example, but I think I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
Josh.
Yeah. It's very good. I'm a fan.
I
So, yeah.
prefer unpretentious writers, just like I
How is that
prefer-
book reading of you going?
Very good.
Yeah.
Still on page 20 something.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
I think I know how your book is going to end.
Don't say anything, Nick.
Dude's going to find out. He's going to be mad. He's going to get a bunch of people to follow him, and then they're going to eat his wife and his
No,
roommate.
I'm out on
Murder.
I'm out on
Cannibalism.
guys. I'm out. I just want everyone to know I'm out
I
on the
see.
show about cannibalism. I'm out on the second season sucked.
There wasn't enough cannibalism.
There was Nick actually maybe too much cannibalism.
Oh, you have a limit.
They dived right into the cannibalism in episode 2 or 3, and I was just like, I don't know. The writing was bad.
You like your cannibalism a little bit.
Yeah,
More subtle.
Maybe
a little more
pretentious-
nuance.
Maybe if the pretentious guy wrote about it,
Yeah.
it wouldn't have been.
Correct. If Franzen would have been a writer on the show, I think maybe I'd be into it a little bit more.
Oh, Franzen.
Very
Well,
direct.
Now I know why you think he's
his
pretentious.
name's Jonathan Franzen.
Franzen. I mean,
Yeah.
of course he's.
I'll show you a picture of him, John. I think you'll pick up what I'm
See,
dropping
Brett
over
have
here.
like a monocle or something.
He's got a vibe.
No,
Is he an
that,
upper class twit?
he has a vibe. Doesn't that just look like
he looks
a
like
guy?
Stephen King.
He kind of does look like Stephen
Why?
King.
Do you think Stephen King
Yeah,
is pretentious?
he looks like
No,
he's
Stephen
written-
King is not pretentious. Stephen King, he churns out popcorn novels. Big fan. I
That
love
guy
Stephen
looks like
King.
he's written a lot of books and wants you to ask him about it. You know?
He's won many awards.
Like, I've written a lot
He's
of books.
standing in line at a New York deli, and he's just got his pastrami on rye, and the person behind him is patiently waiting. Looks back and says,
It's like,
"Why don't you ask me about my book?"
I've written books.
He wrote
No,
for
I just want my soup.
I don't
it's like
know.
that guy I met that one time who wore a bow tie, and I complimented him on it, and then he just went onto this big rant about all of his bow ties.
Okay, that guy sounds like a horrible
He was a
human
wild
being
guy.
that I would
I've never
never.
met bow tie guy who loves to talk about bow
Yeah,
ties.
just like, oh, that's a cool bow tie, and then it turned into a 10-minute conversation about his bow ties.
I don't want to be a friend with that guy.
Mm.
I'm out on that guy.
Interesting.
So yeah, I did not watch sports on Friday, so I missed the Wisconsin-Illinois game.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah, did you watch it?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what I was.
Some
doing on
sports
Friday.
fan you are.
I know. Must not love sports as much as some believe.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
You know, 3 of the 4 of us in this room watched the entirety of Creighton DePaul. Unless you did too. I don't know if you watched the full game.
Yeah.
Entirety is a.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's of course, Nick.
I
I
don't
talk
we
about
were
it
there
at-
in person. I don't
That's
know.
great. I have to talk about it at work.
Okay.
I was making a pizza.
Pizza boy.
Yeah.
Yum.
While I watched it, I was in the
I
kitchen.
was basically making a pizza during the game. I was kind of just.
You were.
I was kind of like walking around. I just wanted to, keep myself busy.
Nice.
I photoshopped a dinosaur onto the
Busy.
basketball court.
That
saw
was a
that.
good dinosaur.
Yeah,
I saw
just
that.
Tried to keep myself
This
awake.
is not a great endorsement for the entertainment level of the game.
Yeah, well,
first
sorry.
half
There's only
was-
so much they could do.
Nah, that's true.
The first half was pretty cool.
Did you dress up as a blue demon?
No.
Sad.
He did not.
No,
I
he was
did have a
wearing
blue
flannel
polo.
though.
I was not.
Yeah, your big.
Well, I mean,
blue
that's my
flan-
coat, but when I.
It's flannel.
Yes.
Your winter coat is flannel.
Yes, it is.
And he says he's not a hipster.
I've come to terms with it. You
Good.
guys,
You
guys are right.
have.
Good.
You guys
Oh
are right.
wow,
Good,
this
that's
is
fine,
interesting.
That's good.
The
You're
friend
right.
group had a similar conversation with another one of our friends last week, and he was saying, "No, I'm not a hipster. I am an outdoorsman. My clothes are of outdoors.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm
That's
of
a little
outdoors.
pretentious.
Like, my goodness. What is it about hipsters not wanting to say that
They don't want to be hipsters.
Yeah.
People don't like to be labeled.
Well, because
Josh.
it's not hip to. I mean,
To have
it's
a
not
label.
hip to be. Yeah, to
I
have
don't
a
think there's
label
a-
and to be called
I
a
don't,
hipster.
for the record, I don't have a negative connotation with hipsters. I don't.
I have many
one.
hipster
John
friends.
probably does.
I
John, you want to hang out
Well,
with hipsters?
John still uses the word hippie.
He does use the word. Unironically says hippie.
There
the
are many
word
hippies.
Still exists.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
the
they're
word
still out
exists,
there.
sure. Are there hippies still out there?
Oh yes.
Bill Walton wants to have a word with you.
Yeah, there are many.
Are there
proud
any
hippie.
hippies our age?
Yes,
I
I
think
know.
so.
I know some hippies.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. I don't know any hippies. At least I don't think I do.
I don't think I do.
What? How would you? Okay, so you were asking me to define pretentious writing. How would you define a hippie? In 2024, what is a hippie?
I think hippies still exist. We just don't call them hippies.
What do we call?
I don't know.
hipsters?
But
no, those are
'cause that's
different.
A little different.
Those are different.
Nick is definitely not a hippie.
Because I
Nick's not a hippie.
know and have met people who are very much granola backpacking types.
That's it.
Hippie.
But aren't there many hipsters that are also the same? I think hippies and hipsters. There's a
is-
Venn diagram.
there is
there.
some overlap.
There's
a
overlap,
good
but it's not a
overlap.
circle.
Hippie is a person of unconventional appearance, typically having long hair, associated with a subculture involving a rejection of conventional values and taking of hallucinogenic drugs.
Yeah.
Sounds like Nick.
Nick, this does kind of
I've never taken a hallucinogenic drug.
sad.
Can't even say the word.
You should do it for the bit.
I think I would know.
But
if
the
I took a
rejecting of
hallucinogen.
norms.
Rejecting of norms.
Rejecting
100%.
of norms,
Typically
yeah.
having long hair. Nick has had long hair. He was of long hair.
And he
true.
rejects norms.
He definitely rejects
You
norms. Yeah. Conventional values, rejects those.
He even disagrees with himself rejecting norms.
So if we
Look
gave
at
you
him.
a hallucinogen
You would be a hippie.
and you took it, could we call you a hippie?
Hippie
He'd
and
qualify at that point.
Hippies are of music.
hippie in present
So
day.
if you just handed me some shrooms,
Oh, here
on
we go.
the air,
Modern day hippies are
Boom,
called
you're a hippie.
bohemians or naturalists. They love the outdoors. Yeah, froth.
Yep.
Are accepting and non-judgmental of others.
oh,
Have a love of vintage or unconventional clothing and reject a lot of societal past beliefs.
Holy cow!
Nick Graham!
I'm a
That-
hippie.
Nick's actually a
hippie.
modern day hippie.
Wow. This
Okay.
is incredible.
So I'm not a hipster.
Charles writes, Nick doesn't even like the guy's named Norm.
I don't really. It's like guys named Guy. Have a better name.
Interesting. That's not very accepting of things.
It isn't.
Well, it's not their fault. It's their parents' fault for being uncreative.
Okay, he's
Wow.
accepting again.
I don't know how I feel about a baby being named Guy. I'm in with Nick on this.
What
take.
about Norm?
That would be weird to meet a baby, an infant named Norm.
That'd be really funny.
This is my child, Norm.
Norm.
I said,
Norman?
what? How old did he come out?
Little Norm?
That baby grows up to have a bow tie collection.
Normie?
Oh yeah.
All right, so now what constitutes a hipster?
Well, we looked this up last
Yeah, I
week.
thought we looked at-
Unconventional tastes in music and fashion,
Yep.
known for environmentalism, anti-materialism, higher education,
I like stuff.
healthy eating.
I don't do
That's
that.
definitely not Nick.
Hippie.
Progressive politics,
Yeah.
rebellious fashion,
It's
facial hair,
close.
tattoos, independent music, and nihilism.
Nihilism.
I'm a nihilist. You mean nothing.
We need Chance in here too.
I'm not as
believe in
much of a
nothing.
nihilist as Chance.
Yeah, well, he's a Lions fan, so it makes
Oof.
sense.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're a
Poor Chance.
hippiester,
I think it's just the
Hippiester.
a hippiester.
there's the Venn
I think I'm just
diagram.
in the I'm
It's
just in the
over.
cross, the overlap.
Yeah, you're in the overlap. You're in the
So-
you're in the valley there.
I'm
They're
so laughing at
nihilists.
Charles. Nick doesn't even like guys named Norm. That's funny.
I
Well,
don't.
Charles, well played, man. Take the rest of the day off. That's pretty funny.
That's fair.
They're nihilists, Donnie. Don't be worried. Don't be concerned. That's from the Big Lebowski.
Norm isn't a 2024 name.
Mm.
It's like
Wait
if you
a
meet
minute,
a
It could
big
be if
why
you
is
wanted it to be.
Why what constitutes a 21st century name? I mean, we've got people literally pulling
I'm going to Google this
syllables
now.
out of their rear end and naming that their
Right,
children.
But
Yeah.
John, what if you came across a 2-year-old named Edna?
It'd be funny.
That's not a 21st century name. It's
Man.
not a bad thing. It's just not.
Yeah, but
it's
like
not
to
a
John's
modern
point,
name.
Nick, like what if you just
Gertrude.
like woke up and made up a name and spelled it completely? Like you were like
Yeah.
Blommer.
What if
All
we
right,
said-
maybe your
just
kid
not a
Blommer.
name.
John-
That's
John
just not a
asked-
name.
It could be. There's so many names that aren't names.
John asked
Blommer.
what constitutes a 21st century name. This is the internet's great because I found a website with 21st century
undefeated, you would
baby
say.
names. Harper, Maverick, Mila,
Yeah.
or is it Mila? Lincoln, Zoe, Hunter, Ryder with a Y,
Ugh.
Nevaeh, Oakley, Piper, Luca, Jaden. Yes, any form of Jaden is a 21st, like Caden, Nova, Kai, Easton.
Nova's
Easton
a cool
Stick,
name.
Kingston, Remy, Juniper, and Arya. Stark. And there's many more, John, but that's where I will stop.
All of these have the vibe of a 21st century name.
I agree with Nick on this take.
Then my great grandpa, his name was Ernest.
Yeah,
that
see?
name should stay in the whenever he was born.
Wow.
Why should certain names stay in their century?
Ernest name
the vibe.
use.
What
You
if
mean
they're
the
going to come
vibe?
back?
Will it?
I guarantee
Oh,
you
yeah.
someone's going to spell their kid's name XBYZ.
Elon did that already.
Where's the website
and
that
it'll be
has
pronounced Edna?
Where's the website that has like names and their usage?
Oh, yeah.
What's
Oh,
that
I've seen
website?
that
Because we need
before.
to do that with
Yeah.
Ernest. I want to see.
I think it's just Google.
Oh, I guarantee you that the name is used less,
Yeah.
but things come back in and out of style.
John, yes.
And then
yes.
there's the classics like John that are forever.
What if, Nick,
Josh.
what if you had a kid and named him Norm?
Mm.
You would love that because you love bits.
Would I love my kid if I named him Norm?
Yes,
Why wouldn't you?
of
He's your
course.
kid.
Norman, little Normie,
What's wrong with
Tiny
Norman?
baby Norm.
little Normie boy.
What is wrong with Norman?
Norman Grimm sounds weird.
That's a great.
Well, you
that's a
could
great
put just
name.
about
Grimm.
anything next to Grimm, and it kind of sounds
It's
weird because
classic.
the name Grimm
It's a little grim.
is Grimm.
It's a classic name.
Oh, I found it.
George.
Ernest. Oh, there's still people.
Of course,
Ernest
there are.
Hausman. He plays football right now
Yeah.
in college.
It was
not Jim
definitely, it
Harbaugh.
peaked in popularity in the 1900s. Like 1900, 1890-ish. 7 born per million births. So 7 out of 1 million babies in 2020 were named Norm.
Okay.
Or Ernest. Also,
I don't have any problem with a
Ernestine.
classic name.
I
Nick.
don't either.
Ernestine is less popular. There hasn't been an Ernestine since the late 80s.
One of my great grandpas was named Emil.
That's a great
Oh, I
old
love
name.
Emil.
Mm-hmm. My
Who
grandfather.
doesn't, John?
I love Emil.
My grandfather is named Merle. Great old name, Merle.
By the way,
My grandfather's name was Verl.
Mike points.
Merle.
V-E-R-I-L.
Okay, that's
Verl.
definitely
Just
an old name.
Merle
Yeah.
as a spinoff.
Yeah, as a spinoff. just like
Joey.
just like the Caden, Jaden, Aiden, Layden.
Yeah, Layden.
Back then, it was
That's the
You
classic
know,
spinoff.
Merle,
Verl.
Verl.
Mike points out Ernest
Earl.
Hausman. No wonder he transferred all this Ernest hate.
Yeah.
Ernest Hausman.
It's your fault, Nick. Nebraska would have made a bowl without your earnest hate.
Exactly.
Sorry, Nebraska, for hating Ernests.
Mm.
I don't hate Ernest. It's just not a name that should exist anymore. I think it's okay for it to die out.
Jeez.
Okay, that
Nick,
You know who
you
else
could have
said that?
couched this.
I just said
Thank you.
name. I just
Hit it.
said
Hit the button.
Under.
Designated Hitler.
I just said
when
the
you
name,
say
not
you
the
don't
people.
hate
Yes.
it, but then it shouldn't exist anymore. I mean,
Nick, you could have couched that at any point in time.
Yeah.
You just went all the way in.
In the
You're
words of
just-
Nebraska ball Mike, Nick just said, "How do we get rid of those people?"
yes.
There's just so many names.
Round up all the Ernests. says
Round up
Nick.
all the earnests. You have
Yikes.
5 minutes to change your name.
Wow, Nick, this is unbelievable. So much for being a hipster,
Yeah.
inclusive, and all those things that
Yeah,
we said
wow.
about him earlier. He's
don't know,
just in it for the
Mr.
hallucinogens.
I don't know what that makes you now.
Was
Nick.
Mr. H a hipster?
Oh, no.
402-951-1620. Oh man.
He had some contradictory thoughts.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Trent Lincoln. Now more old names. Wilmer.
Wilmer.
Mhm.
But Wilma.
What's Skip Bayless's wife's name is Ernestine.
No, yeah, that was on the list.
Ernestine.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Ernestine Bayless.
I like that.
Man, wonder what kind of sports takes she has.
She probably has zero sports takes.
Yeah, probably for the best. Probably for the best.
I had a great.
You know, when he's doing his little thing where he's marching into the kitchen,
jersey
attempting
Throw
to
my
throw
jersey
away
in the
his Dallas
trash.
Cowboys
I didn't watch
jersey.
the video this year. I was like, no,
Did he
I'm not
do
gonna-
it even?
I think so. I think I saw a quote.
I only see it when it gets retweeted onto my thing, and I don't laugh every time.
Not funny.
In fact, I cringe every time.
Mm.
That's pretty bad.
Mm.
It's not great.
I had a great grandma, Verna.
Verna.
Verna. It's a good name. I guess that was probably her real name, but we called her
Sounds like that would be a real name.
Verna.
Yeah.
It's a great old name.
My
What if I
grandma's
name my kid Verna?
my grandma's name was Sharon. That's a good name. That's a modern name. I think
Sharon.
that's a
My
good-
grandma's name
Sharon
was Sharon
still holds
too.
I had
But
Donald.
she went by K.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Donald and Henrietta
Yep.
and
Wow.
Verl and Irene.
Wow.
Those are my grandparents.
Nice.
Dennis and Jackie. on my.
Are we saying our grandparents' names now?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure. And then Jim and Colleen.
Oh,
it's my dad's.
Basil and Maureen.
Oh, those
Basil.
are good.
Classic.
More of a dillweed fan to me.
And Merle and Kay. Merle and Sharon Kay.
Yeah.
Man Todd says my grandfather's name was Vernon.
Oh,
just tweet us your grandparents' names.
Yeah.
my
folks, show us your grandparents.
Vernon's awesome because you can. It's Vern, man.
Vern.
Vern's
I love
a great
Vern.
name.
I went to high school with a guy named Vern. It was awesome.
Lundquist.
Hey, Vern.
My grandfather married to Grandma Sharon, Dennis.
That's my grandpa.
And then on my mom's side, it was Wesley. It's Papa's name. And then
Wesley's a little modern.
Nanny is Diane. And then my great-grandfather on my mom's side is Buford.
That's a good one.
It's a great name.
That's a great name, but Ernest has to go.
Yeah, what's the difference between Buford and Ernest?
I don't think you should name anyone Buford now. I'm not saying it shouldn't exist ever. Just I think it's not a good name for the 21st century.
Oh, I'd name my kid
I think
Buford
it's a
now.
fantastic name.
Yeah.
Probably
Maybe
for the
a
best
middle
Nick
name.
won't have any children. Don't have to worry about
Do we know
naming them.
that? Is that
Nick
true?
doesn't seem like a guy who wants to have kids.
I don't want to put the kids in this world.
See? Nailed it.
You said the perfect line for it, too.
I couldn't even just be like, yeah, I don't want to have kids.
Are you kidding me in this economy?
Well, no, because like I do want to have
be
kids,
fair,
but I
Whoa!
shouldn't.
Look at Nick showing a soft spot.
I've always wanted to have kids. I think I'd be a cool dad.
Papa Nick?
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, until the kid gets his name and says, I really would have liked a more classic name like Merle.
Well, if my kid wants to be named Merle, I'll let my kid change their name to Merle.
Whoa,
I
how
don't
inclusive.
Jed writes, 2 of my grandparents were Gertrude and Emmett.
Oh,
Awesome.
Whoa, very good.
Gertrude.
Gertrude's
What
a great
What do you
name.
call a Gertrude? Like, what's a short name?
Gertie.
Gertie?
Gertie.
Gertie. Gertie.
That was the little
Gertie,
sister
Gertie.
that
Gertie,
Drew
Gertie,
Barrymore
like the
played in E.T. Her name was Gertie.
Oh, really?
It's been a while since I've seen
Been a while.
Gertie.
Gertie. I like that song.
Hurdy-gurdy man is great.
Oh, great song. Now I want to rewatch Zodiac.
Nice.
Yeah. Movie.
Murder.
It's a good movie.
course.
It's a good movie.
I want to rewatch a murder movie.
It's a good movie.
They love putting hurdy-gurdy man in horror movies.
Well, there's not actually as much murder in that movie as you would expect. It's more of a psychological thriller.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. They show
that's funny because I would expect a lot of murder.
See, in that when I saw it as a youngster, when I was a young millennial, I was like, this movie's not very good. Where's the violence?
Where's the murder?
But now I'm in my mid-30s and I appreciate it for what it is. Wow. Yeah, that's called.
Now you're like, it could use more cannibalism, but I like it.
I'm out on cannibalism, Nick. I am anti-cannibalism. I want that on the record.
Well, just because it's on the record doesn't make it true.
All right. Well, you have to look inside my heart. See that I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, but if someone looks inside your heart, what if they want to eat it?
Well, that'd be a bummer for me.
Then you'd be like, hell yeah.
I like living, though.
That was something that was showing up, on the timeline.
What's that, murder?
So you get the random advertisements.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
And there's this
I block
one
those
random
every time.
Me
advertisement
too.
where you got this dude who's just eating body parts.
Oh, yeah, the
not
Liver King.
Yes.
The Liver King.
The Liver King.
Yeah.
That dude is
John, you
actually
saw the
dying.
Liver King?
I
dying?
scroll
Oh,
past
yeah, he's
it.
in big trouble.
I'm
Yeah.
scrolling past it
What
really
happened to him
fast.
is, I mean,
He
His
eats too much
body-
raw liver.
His body is falling apart because all he does is like eat creatine and liver.
Liver
and
King
then
died.
works out constantly.
Holy God!
Yeah.
He looks like crap now.
Yeah.
He's aged 10 years in about 2 months.
That's why I
Oh.
just zip past that really fast.
I like vegetables.
I
That's
do
my-
too.
that's
I
my
love
thing.
vegetables.
I can't wait to go home tonight and have some veggies.
I like traditional muscle tissue.
Josh,
Nick.
would you like to play a game and guess how old the Liver King is?
Oh, this will be fun, actually.
He
I
looks
want to
like,
play too. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
44.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just say 40 flat.
Okay. John?
I zip past this thing, so I haven't really
Here, I'll show
seen
you a
him.
picture of him.
Yeah, show me the Liver King.
Oh, there's his age is going to show up over there. Look at those muscles.
I'm gonna go 38.
46 or 47.
Oh, wow. He's
Depends on
older than
yeah.
we thought.
Yeah, so
Wow.
I don't know what the purpose of that game was.
Game was not as
Oh,
fun as we thought.
I thought you guys were gonna like way overshoot his age.
No, he looks pretty young, actually.
Yeah.
Oh.
Doesn't he?
Don't eat liver.
But all he's doing is eating organs.
Yep.
Raw meat organs. There's a whole subset of people who just eat raw meat all the time.
Yuck.
Raw meat, like the raw meat, like workout knife guys.
Yeah.
Those are all the same guy.
Yeah.
You know?
That Venn diagram is a circle.
Yeah.
Not my type of people.
Not my guy either.
Don't want to hang out with these guys.
Check out this knife. I'm going to cut this raw steak for you to eat.
Full question. Have you ever met a raw meat knife guy?
Oh,
workout.
we need to give them a name.
Yeah.
The Liver Kings.
The Liver King boys.
I like cooked food.
Me too. Cooked
Here's
food
some
and vegetables
raw
are
pig
sweet.
brain. You want to nibble?
I like medium
cooked meat.
rare. Medium rare.
You don't
John.
like cooked. You don't like cooked fruit.
I do like raw carrots more than cooked carrots. Then yes, I love my veggie or my fruits not cooked and warm. No
Yes,
thanks.
I know you're fearful.
Not fearful.
Fruits, vegetables.
Not a fan.
Blueberry pie is
Breads.
delicious.
Bread.
Love bread.
Oh, I put bread in the toaster. Put a little butter or peanut butter on
Like
it.
a version
The
of like a
four-card
version
toaster?
of bread is a noodle. I love a noodle.
Is noodle bread?
Well, yeah,
it's
it's
cooked-
of bread. It's
Cooked dough.
flour and egg.
This could be the
Mostly.
new is a hot dog a sandwich.
It's a noodle bread.
Is a noodle bread.
I don't think noodle is bread.
Let's do it.
It's a version of bread.
I think we should make a TikTok account just to ask this question.
I
with
get what
tiny
you're
baby
saying, but it's
microphones.
not
Tiny
making
baby
sense in my
microphone, I
brain.
agree.
Share it all over the place.
I understand.
Question of the day is noodle bread.
I understand how noodle is bread,
We
but
can
I
walk
can't
around the
comprehend
office
it.
and ask
okay,
people.
now see,
They'd be like, huh? And they're like, cut.
and this is why the whole breadstick phenomenon is a little
Oh,
weird. 'cause
which is
when
why
you're eating
runzas are bad.
breadstick- When you're eating breadsticks with spaghetti, I mean, you're just loading up on bread. It's a lot of bread.
It's so much
But
bread.
they're two different types of things.
Sure, but it's still bread.
That's why it's so many
If
carbs.
Josh decides
I
to
don't
have
like
a
carbs.
nice whiskey fillet over at the Drover and then get some steak tartare, it's meat.
Mm-hmm.
With some raw liver.
Now, it is hard to argue with that, John, but I do like, you don't like a garlic cheese bread with your pasta?
But like at classic steakhouses, they will give you an option to get a little bowl of spaghetti on the side.
That's
You know,
that's very much an Nebraska thing.
That's a real.
Or a
I've never
Midwestern
been to a
thing.
place with
Yeah,
that.
you get a bowl of spaghetti as a
If
side.
you go to Farmer Brown's,
Wild.
if you go to
Oh,
Farmer
interesting.
Brown's in Waterloo, I believe
Farmer Ernest's.
they still do the you can get a small side of spaghetti.
So wait, real quick, you don't like if someone was like, you want some garlic cheese bread with your?
Oh, I didn't say I wouldn't eat it,
Oh, okay.
but
You find it odd?
it's more odd when we do the whole breadsticks with pizza thing because it's literally bread and bread.
bread and bread.
What?
But it's a side.
What do you
know.
use as a side for pasta then? Anything?
Salad.
Salad.
No. That's
We
fair.
Riss will often make like roasted broccoli.
Mm.
Have that with like some fettuccine.
Okay, how
Alfredo.
do you feel? Look, here's a one for you.
Okay.
Same lines. How do you feel about like mozzarella sticks
Mozzarella.
with pizza or with?
Yum.
Well, I
But it's
love
cheese and
mozzarella.
cheese.
That's
I
just
love
more cheese.
mozzarella
cheese and
sticks.
cheese.
But normally, I mean, mozzarella sticks usually come. If I
Before
order
the meal.
mozzarella sticks, I'm probably having something else.
John, I
Definitely.
think John's ultimate frustration with the breadsticks is that his children would want it, but then not eat the crust on their pizza.
Bingo.
This is where this call goes back to
Oh,
that.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
totally agree with
That's
that.
fair.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a
It's the
bad
same
take
thing.
by the children.
Yes.
What is it about kids and crust?
I've always liked
Me
crust.
too. I've never.
Crust is great.
I can't remember a time where I didn't enjoy it.
I
like
used to
crust.
make fun of the kids that got the crust cut off their sandwiches. I mocked them.
Well, look at us, 4 little kids who liked crust.
This
Wow.
never happens. We all
Seriously.
agree on a food
I
take.
feel like the apocalypse is coming.
It might now.
Oh no, one of the 4 horsemen
The
is
zone
this.
agreed, and it was actually a good take on food.
Yes.
This isn't good.
Wow.
This isn't good for society.
No, it's not.
Let's go get our tiny microphone and ask people around the office.
I mean, the fact that
You
they
like
had to
crust as
create
a
this
kid?
whole,
Is noodle
this whole
bread, do you like
subset of
crust?
Yeah.
Uncrustables.
I love Uncrustables are good.
They're good,
Uncrustables are
but
good.
the
I've
fact
never
that they
had
had to be created because there are people so afraid of crust, and it was like,
What
you
a
know,
way to
if-
make money, though.
oh,
Yeah.
exactly.
really glad they
people
were
bought the
created,
crap.
though. They
I
were
love
just
how
like- they're so
portable
good.
they are. It's the perfect portable sandwich.
Oh, you mean like a sandwich is also a pretty damn good portable sandwich?
Hard to argue with that.
No,
there,
but
Nick.
But it's in its own little
Yeah,
bag.
and it's in its own bag. You just
Behind the
take it out of the
bag.
freezer.
Well, if you put your sandwich in a sandwich bag, your sandwich
no, but
is
it's
in
all
a bag.
it's all clinched shut at the end too, so you
I've
don't have to
never
worry about
had
any
one of
spillage.
these.
Nick
What-
likes the crimps. He likes
I
the
like the
crimps.
crimps.
What is in Uncrustables?
No, it's usually
jelly and
Peanut butter and
Yeah.
jelly, Josh.
They literally invented.
Never heard of
these
an
for kids.
No, I
Uncrustable?
have. I didn't know if there were like other varieties of it.
There's some
Because
with
Nick
there
said it was the
might be.
perfect sandwich. I was thinking like, oh, is there like ham and cheese?
perfect portable sandwich. Perfect portable sandwich.
Why can't ham and cheese?
Why
be
don't
a
they do an
portable
Uncrustable?
sandwich?
Yes.
Because with the you have the worry of if something can fall out the other end, but it's the crimping. If they crimp ham and cheese, then I'm more in
Nick,
on it.
I put a sandwich.
Wait a minute.
How do you think you're putting a sandwich into a lunchbox? You just leave it out there so it could fly everywhere?
No, it goes in a bag or a box.
So why would it leave the bag?
But if you're walking downtown or something and you like, man, I want a sandwich.
This is stupid.
No,
Nick, just say it's good. You like it. It's fine.
You don't.
It is good. I do like it.
Yeah, that's good.
It seems like you're concerned about something that would literally never happen.
But here's the deal: business idea.
Yeah,
Uncrustable, the company.
Yeah.
Why don't they make like a turkey melt Uncrustable?
I thought
do they have that?
Well, that's called a Hot Pocket.
I guess so. Maybe it is owned by the same company too.
Well, isn't Uncrustables? Wasn't that like a Smucker's?
It is.
Yes.
It is Smucker's.
Yeah. I mean, it was literally just a way for them to keep putting their peanut butter and their jellies into other forms for lazy people that don't know how to make a good PB&J.
They've also got peanut butter and honey and chocolate flavored hazelnut spread.
It's nothing with meats. There's no ham in here.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Then it'd be a Hot Pocket.
Brian writes, does the heel of your bread get eaten in your house? That is my favorite part.
No,
not in ours.
No, I don't eat the heel.
See you later,
I
baby.
eat it. I like
we
the
throw
heel.
that in the trash.
Well,
It's
it
just as
depends.
good as the other
Sometimes
bread.
Thin.
Well, that's the problem. Sometimes the bread slicer cuts it off, and there's hardly anything there. But most of the time, yeah, I'll eat the heel.
Yeah, sometimes it will cause me to actually go not just one bread, not just the heel, but also the first slice of bread. I will skip that.
Why don't you
to
guys
get
like the
first
heel?
full bread?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the bread
Yes,
is a
bingo.
little too tapered.
Yep. It's bent over too much.
I'm cool with the heel. See, I like to eat the heel first because eventually you're just going to keep reaching past the heel, and then it might contaminate the rest of the bread because your hand keeps touching the heel.
Contaminate?
Yeah.
Nick, you are interesting.
Yes.
No
No
wonder
wonder
your
you like
hand germs on
Uncrustables.
the heel of your
I've
bread.
washed
and
my
then-
hands. It's also my bread.
Yeah.
If you're still
My
touching
bread.
the other bread.
Fair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm
Nick,
neurotic.
you live
I
alone.
don't
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
is
you're a
touching your
little
bread.
neurotic.
I can tell.
I'm neurotic.
Okay, he's
My
neur-
Uncrustables spilled all over
he's
downtown.
neurotic. He's neurotic, yet he showers every other day and
Yeah,
brushes
that
his
doesn't
teeth
make any
once a
sense.
month.
Yeah,
this
doesn't make
is
any
very
sense.
I
inconsistent.
brush my teeth normal now, John. I
Now?
have for
He's a
years.
man
Now?
of multitudes.
I've done it for years now, John.
Okay, but before you weren't, but you were always afraid of touching the other slices of bread.
Not always. I
So
saw
it's a new phenomenon.
I saw somebody mention
So
that
you
once. I'm like,
discovered
that's a
teeth
good
brushing,
point.
but then it was like, oh my God, I'm reaching too far into this bread sack. I may touch another loaf.
Yes.
Contamination.
I don't want to contaminate the slices.
It's okay.
But you live by yourself,
Yeah.
and you're the only one eating the bread.
Yeah.
So what are you worried
He was
about?
the only one eating the bread.
Oh,
I'm
Oh.
worried about contamination, John.
he's a
I've
little
made that
neurotic.
clear. I'm
You're
a little
contaminating
neurotic.
yourself because that same hand that just went over all those
It's still
slices of
touching
bread
the bread that you
is
pull
the same
out.
hand that you're feeding that uncrunchable or uncrustable in your face.
Sometimes you need the perspective of others to make you realize how dumb you were being.
Yeah.
Mm.
Wow,
I
wow,
appreciate that.
wow,
Thank
wow,
you.
wow.
Okay.
Good job, Nick.
That was really, yeah.
But
Thank
again,
you.
you need to learn how to just make a good PB&J, and you wouldn't need the Uncrustables. And it would be better because you can control how much peanut butter and jelly. You can control the peanut butter and jelly ratio. You go to the Uncrustables, they're doing all the work for you.
It's true.
And maybe you like a
ratio
little more
sucks.
jelly.
I'll
or maybe you
defend-
like a little more peanut butter.
I'll defend the Uncrustable. The Uncrustable is great. You don't-
They have
yeah.
a good ratio.
Yeah,
they
it
know
works.
what they're doing.
It works. Now, I love a homemade PB&J too, but Uncrustables are pretty
My
sweet.
only complaint about Uncrustables, I wish they used crunchy peanut butter in there.
Mm.
But that
Oh, I
probably
don't.
wouldn't work well. I like crunchy. I'm of crunchy peanut butter.
Well, then you definitely should learn how to make your own.
I know how to make a peanut butter
Okay.
sandwich, guys.
The problem is he's afraid it's contaminating the,
The
peanut
contaminated
butter because
bread.
he's reaching into the peanut butter. He's like, I don't want to contaminate the rest of the peanut butter.
You're right. I just put my hand in the jar and I slap it on there.
It's
got to be careful.
it would actually be more efficient than the knife.
Zach says Nick is real life Charlie from It's Always Sunny.
Just overthink everything.
I might study bird law next.
Nice. Charlie Day.
Oh God.
Some milk steak and jelly beans.
Mm.
Oh man.
Wow.
Okay.
We keep finding out new things about Nick. all
I
the
know.
time. By
Every-
accident, mainly.
every day.
So you've turned me around on the bread thing. I'm over
He
that
wants
now.
to.
That's awesome. Good for us.
Wow, that happened quick.
He wants
Yeah.
to.
Well,
You know,
okay, sometimes you need another perspective.
Yeah.
That's all.
he wants to get rid of all the Ernests.
Yes, he
I
does.
didn't say that.
Doesn't like
he
touching
does.
bread.
Yes, he
Sometimes
does.
you don't realize how much or little you're dug in on something until somebody convinces you that the other way is better.
That's true.
Like you today with bread, that was not very hard. You could touch all your bread. It's fine.
That's happened to me a lot on this show. I've realized I have hills that I would die on.
That you don't actually care about.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is interesting.
Fair. That's fair.
This
Good
is
for us.
We're here to
mirror
help.
of society,
We're here
Good
to
lesson.
help.
Yeah. What a crossover.
But if you're ever shopping next to Nick in the bread aisle, you can say, thank you, Nick, for not touching that bread.
That's true. Well, I wouldn't want him to touch my bread.
No, now I'm going to go to the store and touch all the bread. Just for everybody. This is the lesson I've learned.
Go touch bread.
Go touch bread.
Go
the
touch
new
bread.
Go touch grass.
Yes,
go touch bread.
Go
bread.
touch
And
bread.
noodle bread.
It's noodle bread.
I'll get the mini mic out.
Yes, let's do it.
We'll pop in here during a segment. Hey guys.
Yeah, I'm on
Be
TikTok.
here.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Crossover.
Happy New Year.
Oh,
Another one?
I don't know. I just I thought I'd throw it out there.
I did just listen to last Wednesday's, by the way, when you were disparaging the farmers of
Oh,
America.
Spot the lie, though.
I am of farming. You're wrong.
I'm wrong about handouts. How they get
pretty much.
handouts? I'm not wrong on that, Nick.
No, you're not wrong that they get handouts.
There we go. That's all I said. People were like, you disrespect farmers. I did no such thing. They do a very valuable service to society.
They
And
just
get
I think
handouts.
They
there
just
was
get
some
too much free
disrespect.
stuff.
And
there
they
was-
get handouts.
But
There
you
was
were
some
implying
disrespect.
what you do is harder than what they do.
I didn't say that. Did I say that?
I don't know if it was that.
You
No.
watch
There was-
sports for a
That's not
living.
bad.
My
there
job
was
rocks.
some disrespect in there.
They wake up early. I don't want to do that job. Do they want to do this job? They have to deal with me, people like me yelling at them on Twitter all the time. Hey, farmer, shut up.
That's a hard
Bad take,
job.
farmer.
Bad take. All right, let's
Okay.
start a Grum next
All
on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Had a bad experience, Josh. Would you like to talk about it?
In high school, I had a girlfriend who was trying to change my appearance to be more like Harry Potter. I don't know what tipped me off.
You were like, are you trying to Harry Potterize me?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but that was pretty much the beginning of the end for that.
Wow, what a time.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny for much of your Monday afternoon and warm today with highs into the upper 40s to even 50 degrees. Winds will remain light out of the west between 5 to 10 miles an hour. Tonight becoming mostly to partly cloudy, breezy early tonight with a low of 31. Partly cloudy, mild again for your Tuesday with a high tomorrow of 41 degrees in Omaha. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Shrimp Fest at Shuck's Fish House is going on now through Wednesday, featuring crispy shrimp, buffalo shrimp, shrimp cocktail, and others. All for $5 a dozen at all 3 Shuck's locations. Get the whole scoop on the shrimp at shucksfishhouse.com.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Hey, Connor. What's up? So, you're getting an Auto Express Lane certificate in less than a year?
I need to put my career in the fast lane.
And Jenny, in just 5 months, you earned a veterinary assistant certificate?
It's kind of a pet project.
JC, is that
blood? Yeah, I'll be certified as a phlebotomy tech in just 5 months.
A positive, JC? Earn a career certificate in less than a year. Get started at mccneb.edu/adults. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
You just played the whole NFL season, and this is what we end up with?
Oh, man, it's almost like people who said the 49ers and Chiefs were good were right.
I want to recount.
Oh.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
This is what you get for rooting against the Cowboys, John. If you would have rooted for the Cowboys,
Then I would have ended up with the damn Cowboys in the Super Bowl, and I am still going to relish in the fact that it's going to be well over 10,000.
Would it have been
Not going to be that sad.
Do you think it would have been worse if it was Cowboys Chiefs Super Bowl and the Chiefs won?
Worse for who? Me?
Society.
America.
No, it would have been great for America.
No, it wouldn't.
It would have been bad if the Cowboys would have lost.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'd rather. I mean, yeah, obviously, I'd rather lose early than lose late. You don't want to lose in the final game. It's sad.
It's sad whenever it happens.
Yeah, I know. I guess you're right. At least they'd be
Better
good.
to get there than not get there at all.
I don't know. I've seen my friends after their teams have lost in the final game, and it is certainly more heartbreaking than losing in the first round.
Yeah, but with great pain comes great reward if you have that opportunity.
Yeah, well, you have to have the opportunity, though, John.
Exactly.
You have to have the opportunity.
Exactly.
I haven't had the opportunity.
No, you have not.
That's why I just read. I'm like, you know what?
That's why you're a reader.
Time for
Okay.
Jonathan Franzen novels.
Mr. Pretentious.
Yep.
That sounds great.
I'll give an update when I'm finished with I'll give you an update. I'll give you a review on the show.
Oh, I wonder what the most pretentious NFL team is.
Most pretentious NFL.
Not fan base, but team.
Team?
Yeah.
Now I need to look up the official definition of pretentious, and I'll let you know.
Well, the Grum Down brought to you
Grum
by
Down.
the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Let me get that graphic.
Honestly,
out
it's
of the way.
probably the Cowboys.
Here we go again. It's KC and Frisco, just like it was 4 years ago.
Wow, you are out on this game.
No, I'm not out on it.
You asked the question on Twitter in your thread of questions. What was the question that you asked?
We'll
about?
get to that.
Okay.
Was it a pretty good comeback or a Lions choke? The fourth down decisions.
Ooh.
Oh, boy, is there a referendum on the A word today. Ooh, doggy.
Oh, that word. Yeah, I was like, ass?
No, analytics.
Yep, certainly.
Is Lamar Jackson who we thought he was?
Mm.
Allan Bell will join us.
In a few minutes.
Conference championship review. No Jack Mitchell today because he's getting probed.
Yeah.
Oh,
dude.
He's getting probed.
Have you've done this before? You're old enough.
No, I haven't. Not
What?
Yet. Not yet.
John, you need to do this.
I
You're in your
know.
50s. Anyway, I was talking to Jack about the whole process to go through, you know what he's doing?
He's getting probed.
No, he's getting colonoscopied.
Oh,
so this is more boop.
Oh, with the camera.
Bingo. And how you got to go through this process to set this up sounds like hell. As someone who enjoys food,
that's the problem. Is I'd have to wait. I have to wait till the summer.
What do you mean? Oh, because of
all
life?
the stuff that's going on. Yeah, there's no way.
You've had many summers since you were his age.
I understand that, but then there are some people who like to take my summers away. My summers are getting shorter all the time.
This is 1 day. What are you talking about? Go to the doctor for 1 day.
No, it's more than 1 day.
1 day?
Well,
you got to flush everything out
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, do that on a Sunday. Take Monday. Boom, back at work on a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's depending. It could be longer than that.
Yeah, if you're soft
be a
like
whole
you,
weekend.
apparently. I'm a hardened soul.
Sitting has to be uncomfortable after that, too.
I'm sure it'll be
it's not fun.
Well, we'll talk to him next week about it.
Mitch Sherman will join us from The Athletic.
Nice.
Can Nebraska ball make the tourney without road wins? They're testing that theory.
They really are. They're like, let's just do it as a bit.
They're testing that theory.
That was bad. That was bad.
We'll take a closer look here in a little while. Can anybody catch UConn?
Well, not if they keep winning.
That's true.
Boom.
And is momentum real or just make believe?
Oh.
That and many other fine things today on the Grum.
Andrew writes, John forgets it's a great day for Wrigley. She gets to wear that awesome 49ers gear that his wife got her.
Oh, no, we took that crap off last night.
What? Well, I mean, there's still one more 49ers game, though, so there you go.
Yeah, well, she was miserable yesterday.
Dave writing of colonoscopies. The prep is worse than the actual procedure.
Yeah.
Recovery is a breeze.
Yeah.
See, so you'd be back at work the next day.
No, but
He'd
again,
have to
it's
sit on frozen peas.
But
No, that's your balls.
It's not the afterward; it's the before.
Yeah, but if you do that on Sunday,
no, you got to do it before that because it could.
I talked to Jack on Saturday. He
sometimes-
said he was starting his prep on Sunday.
Well,
He had a last meal. He broke the bread on Saturday night, and then
with the pasta,
and then he couldn't. I don't know what he had. I didn't find out what he ate for dinner, but then he was able to have nothing on Saturday or on Sunday.
Right.
See, he got to enjoy food on Saturday.
I feel like you'd need more than 1 day because sometimes it takes a few
But then they
days
give you
Yes.
stuff and you.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah.
That's the
The
part
floodgates
because
open.
there's no way I would be in here.
But John,
doing
that's
that.
better than having colon cancer.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. It's just it's about finding the right time.
I feel like I have found I didn't mean to push a button, but I feel like I found a button that has been discussed many times in the Bishop household with John and his wife about colonoscopies.
No.
Okay.
No, it's not. No.
Okay. I was worried that this was a debate you guys had
Just-
off.
No, there's
Get
no
one of those
debate.
plumber cameras and do it yourself.
No, I'm not getting a plumber.
My dad says you start the prep around 4 or 5 p.m. So there you go.
Oh, plenty of time.
Plenty of time. Just eat a big snack.
Again, I'm
and
not.
then
I'm not
Have some pizza and breadsticks, John.
have some pizza and
No, I'm not
breadsticks.
gonna. If I'm gonna have a last meal, it's not gonna be pizza and breadsticks.
Soup.
I have no idea what.
What's your colonoscopy last meal? Hashtag colonoscopy last meal.
And that's the other thing. You just don't want to make it harder on yourself
Or the doctor.
when the flushing process starts.
Yeah.
So you almost don't want to overdo
But
it.
you also want to be full. Gosh,
Mm-hmm.
what a pain in the. Didn't even mean to go there, but indeed a pain in the keister.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. I'll be at that age at some point.
Yeah,
we all will be.
It's happening.
Yeah.
I'll be young forever.
402-951. No, you won't. 402-951-1620. It's the 42 degrees the source hotline. 42 degrees by your mom's house.
Kenny says it's not bad at all. There you go. Fast on Sunday. Do the prep that night. Procedure on Monday morning at the end of the workday. I like how it's described as prep. You and I do prep for the radio show.
We do.
This is prep
We do.
for a colonoscopy.
We do.
I'm doing prep, honey.
Do they
In the toilet.
Do they numb you before anything, or you just gotta?
I think you just have
hang
to deal
out.
with it. They probably put a little, goo on there. I don't know. I haven't been that age yet. Yeah. Wow, Nick.
Some people get put out.
What?
Oh wow!
Wow, indeed. Who are they? Dak Prescott getting another leg tattoo?
You can also hit us up in the Inbox, the email inbox brought to you by Equitable Bank. At Equitable, we take banking personal. Answer the phone on the first ring.
More comments coming in. John writes, the worst thing about a colonoscopy is drinking the stuff for the cleanse, not even the cleanse itself. They put you under for the procedure and there's no pain at all. And then he adds, Nick is a moron.
Probably.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm 26. I've never done this.
Yeah. You still have a couple decades. All right, so I was wrong.
Maybe I'll spend my President's Day holiday doing that.
That's a great idea. It probably a little too late.
What a good way to celebrate our country's president.
Yes.
Yes. Actually, it would. Especially the more recent
Hey, President B, I'm getting a colonoscopy in honor of you.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
There you go, colonoscopies.
That's a verbal colonoscopy right
there. Mm-hmm.
And you can hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620, where we do have
a billion questions for you.
Not a billion.
Four questions.
Basically the same thing.
Four very simple questions.
It's like a parlay of questions.
I call it a pole burst.
Yeah, why did you call it a pole burst?
I don't think
it's
like
a burst
that.
It's a burst
I was
of
like,
polls.
what is this?
It's
Pole
a burst of polls.
I don't like that at all. That's a bad combination of words.
I like it. Pole burst.
I feel like that's a search on websites.
It could be. I bet it's safer than searching Seahawks on your computer.
Good point.
You'll look up pole burst and it'll take you to WebMD.
Who are you rooting for? The Chiefs, the 49ers, whoever Taylor is for, or a meteor strike?
Wow. Don't even include Usher on there, John.
There's only 4 options.
Yeah, there's only 4 options.
And what does Usher have to do with it?
The halftime show.
I don't give a crap about that. And neither does any decent American.
I think I'm going to walk banks during the halftime show this year.
Yeah, I'm not excited for it.
I'm never really excited for the halftime
Ditto.
show. I just like the halftime show because it's fun to make fun of it on Twitter.
Yes.
That's what I look forward to.
John's kid loved the Rihanna halftime show.
Never mind. It's going to be a high of 39 that day, low of 29 a.m. snow
Okay,
shower.
you have no idea.
That's
It's 2 weeks
extended
away.
forecast.
That's 13 days away.
Holy crap, it's going to be 57 on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Let's go!
It keeps going up, too. It was
Melt that snow.
It was 53 12 hours ago.
Nice.
Pole burst 2 is what's your level of concern that Nebraska ball's inability to win on the road will keep them out of the tournament?
What are the options on this one? High, super high, or
Not
the
worried,
highest?
not worried, mildly worried, very worried, and mega worried.
No.
Mega.
What
You
about
love the
meteor
word-
I
strike?
love the word mega.
You are a big fan of
Mega's
mega.
good.
Mega.
Pole burst number 3. Do you think Creighton can challenge UConn for the Big East title?
Hell no.
Yes or no?
Oh, there's not a hell no option?
No, it's yes or no.
I want to make a new poll. Josh's poll.
Pole burst.
And I want to have it hell no.
Good luck being able to see it. And finally, pole burst 4.
Yeah.
With 2 weeks left in predictions, Nick and Josh are tied for last place.
Or we're tied for second place, John.
Thank you, Nick.
It's more important because for the context of the question, because whoever finishes last shaves. Who will be shaving their facial
Yeah, and of course,
hair.
people voted against me.
You know what? Just to be nice, because I didn't vote in this one.
You're going to vote?
I'm going to vote for Nick just to
Oh.
see what happens. Oh, no. Josh is still winning.
I am?
67%.
I'm going to be in last is what they're saying, right?
They're saying you're going to finish last.
Why are people mean?
You're a nice guy.
I know sports.
Nice guys finish.
You know
last.
sports. We
know
know sports. And we, I
sports.
mean, not Nick.
1620 the zone. I know of some sports.
You're of sports.
So I did better than Nick again for the second consecutive week, and that's why we are tied.
That's
now.
why you're tied.
Not to brag, Nick.
That's why you're tied. Correct.
Not to brag.
You are tied.
Yep, we are up tied.
So there you go. We just set up everything today.
Joe, in Vegas now,
Oh,
the
yes,
home
it's
of the
Joe-
Super Bowl.
Home of the Super Bowl.
There is a pill you can take instead of the horrible grape drink. It makes it much better. Still have to poop it all out.
Well, yeah.
Does it have to be their drink, or can't you just take a bunch of like Miralax?
Well, that's what it is. It's industrial strength. It's
Holy
it's
God.
not-
No.
It's
Talk about a
prescription
pole burst.
strength. It's the good stuff.
Doc, I'm having a pole burst
Because
over here.
because the idea is you got to get it all out. So when the camera goes in, it's not getting
slush.
It's not getting backed up by the Hershey.
Pole burst does sound like something a very New York doctor would say about a colonoscopy.
Oh man,
No, you don't want that pole bursting during the event.
definitely not.
Nope.
How about this email that I just received, Josh, from one of these, random garbage things? that
Oh, we
get
get a
all the
lot of
time.
random
Hi,
garbage
Josh.
things.
Congratulations to the Chiefs for making it to the Super Bowl. Why are you congratulating me?
Yeah.
What did I do? I did pick them.
Because you said they would.
I was the lone person to pick them to go to the Super Bowl in this room. But I don't need.
But I picked the Ravens. I picked the Chiefs to cover.
Yeah. You did pick the Chiefs to
I
cover.
picked the
Well
Chiefs.
done, John.
Thank you.
Very well done.
I hit all 4 points in that. The totals and the right sides. Look at me.
Oh, wow. You did.
I hit all of them.
That's incredible. Even though I picked the two teams correctly, that you got more points than I did. That's not fair.
When you bet in Vegas, that's how it works.
Unless you do the money line.
But we don't pick on the money line.
We do
pick
on
point
our
spreads.
We do on our pro football pick'em, John, at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
Well, I can't win that.
Yeah,
so
I know
I
you
don't
can't.
care.
Where are you
I'll
at?
finish
Oh,
last.
wow. You know who's in last place right now? You two.
Yep.
You know who's in first place right now? Me.
Guess what? You still lose your facial hair if
No,
you don't win
this
predictions.
is the official arbiter of
No, it's
predictions.
not. It's not even close.
I'm going to tweet this out. Many are saying
Please go-
congratulations to Josh.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Wow, I'm kicking ass right now. How did everyone fall so far behind me?
Because none of us wanted either of those teams.
Why
to
was
win
everyone
yesterday?
picking against the Chiefs?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Interesting.
Because we're sick of another Chiefs Super Bowl,
Wow,
Josh.
I'm sorry. Sorry that I'm right.
We're trying to manifest.
I'm not in first place overall. Congrats to users Ace531 and Tanner for being in a tie for first. Yeah.
Which means it comes down to the Super Bowl as to which one wins.
Yeah, and then a score tiebreaker.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can check the leaderboard also on 1620thezone.com.
Yes, you certainly can. Wow, Christopher just sent me the whole deal. Wow, this is like
deal. What? What's that?
On the prep.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
There you go, John.
Yeah.
Schedule it for this summer.
Yeah, John, be
Oh,
safe.
I am. I am.
Maybe
You're doing it
instead
this
of going
summer?
to the races in July, you can do your colonoscopy
No,
for
that's
your
not.
birthday.
First of all, they were in August, and secondly, no, I'm not going to do that. I think I'll do it during the College World Series.
No, we're not allowed.
Oh, then I'll do play-by-play for John. It's
we
perfect.
got an email that says we're not allowed to do that.
I only said take vacation. It didn't say anything about getting a colonoscopy.
That's true. Doc, my doc said.
There's my out.
Yep. I'm in my 50s. I'm almost 60.
All right. Well, coming up, we're going to talk with Allan Bell.
Hell yes.
And review yesterday. And boy, was there a lot of narratives that came out of yesterday.
Yes, there were.
In both games. And it could make for a very annoying next couple of weeks.
Or a fun next couple of weeks because there are lots of things to discuss about the game.
As long
I
as
think
they're
it's
not,
fascinating.
As long as they're not the annoying thing.
Brock Purdy?
That one's going to get real annoying.
See, I think we'll have to debate this. I love talking about Brock Purdy. I think he's fascinating because he plays bad and then he plays good. I think I'm serious. It's
You just
very
need to get warmed
Did he
up.
play good?
He's very interesting. I think he is the perfect quarterback for modern sports discourse. I really do. He is more fun to talk about than
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes is the best. It's just, he is what he is. I think Purdy is fascinating. I guess we disagree.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
This is a sale so hot, Standard Heating and Air can only do it once a year. Right now, buy a Carrier air conditioner from Standard Heating and Air and get a free furnace. Now, that's a hot deal.
StandardAC.com, where we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
I still think if they played this instead of whatever the crap music they played before the Super Bowl, I think people would be more excited for the Super Bowl.
I know our next guest would be jazzed.
Personally, that's my own choice. Allan Bell joins us of at AB3 on YouTube. How you doing, Allan?
Boys, doing fantastic. I tell you what, man, the best option we could get is that song, and I guess Taylor Swift singing it now that she's in the Super Bowl too. So there you go.
That'd be perfect, John.
Would it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, she'd probably charge an arm and a leg.
Yeah, they got a few.
You know what? You know what's funny? All right, so the NFL forever has tried to get Taylor Swift to do the halftime show. She never does it because obviously, like, what does she need? She doesn't need anything from anyone, right? Now the NFL gets her and her publicity in the Super Bowl for free. So there you go. The NFL always wins.
Yes, they do. I mean, this is perfect. It's almost as if this whole romance is scripted.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
There you go. Well, let's start with.
Well, I was going to say, not to interrupt you, what can't Andy Reid draw up? This man is just killing it. All right.
He's a hell of a script writer, I'll tell you. But let's start with the NFC game first, because it seems like that's where most of the takes are coming from this morning, this day after the conference championship game. Dan Campbell, we knew what he was going in. We knew he was high into analytics. We knew he was big on going for it on 4th and short. He died with his boots on. But did he have to go out this way?
No, he didn't. Now, I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. All right, what the Lions accomplished this season is phenomenal. You just don't have to. It's almost like the movie Casino, right? You know, when they were talking about Tommy Joe Pesci's character, they're like, you know what? He's always got something to prove. Too much cowboy in him, right? Like, you don't have to do all that. Did you see what Andy Reid has been doing forever? You just make good decisions, right? Like, you let the other coach and other team out-coach themselves. Nick Saban has done that in college forever. Belichick did that, right? So, I mean, look, I can't believe – the bigger thing is what in the hell happened in the second half, right? They just stopped scoring. I mean, that's the larger problem. But, yeah, man, like, you know, he'll learn that you don't have to go that far.
Is there one in particular, Allan, that you're critical of? And obviously, you have the 2 fourth down decisions. One of them, certainly seemed like a drop pass where it could have been or should have been a completion. You have the decision to run it on 3rd down at the very end of the game that results in them calling a timeout. Is there one in particular that maybe you defend or you like, and then the one in particular where like that was an absolutely horrific decision?
So look, I wasn't really with any of them. I'll say this. I think you just nailed it. Is the play calling towards it, right? Like if you're going to go, for a 4th down, it's one of those to where you have to understand early that is going to be in play, like you said, right? So you take 2nd down, 3rd down, and you just get as close to the sticks as possible, right? You don't have to go for a long pass, right? You just kind of, let's get 2-3, let's get 2-3, whatever, and get right there. And then on 4th down, you see passes. And again, like you said, man, should have been completed. But still, that's the risk. That's the variance, right? So I'm not necessarily like super against them by any means. I'm not for them either, but I think it's just a little bit better planning if that's going to be the way that you go about it.
The interesting thing was he had a similar decision at the end of the first half where he could have gone for it on 4th and goal from about the 3-yard line.
And kicked.
And he kicked the field goal.
Kick because it put him up 3 scores. The first 4th down that they went for, the one that Josh Reynolds dropped, they kicked the field goal. They're back up 3 scores. And all that work San Francisco did just to get back to 2 scores. Now they got to start all over again. And it makes the whole comeback completely different. If there was one, and I personally didn't have a problem with either because I get it. That's what they do. And
probably concerned about stopping the 49ers as well.
Right. But there's a notion of, well, you didn't do it here, but then you decided to do it here. So there was a little bit of selectivity on where those decisions came in.
Yeah, and kicking a 47-yard field goal, out there, I get it, man. Like, I understand. Like, you want to, like you said, you die with your boots on, right? Like, you want to go out the way that you play and who you are, and that's one thing that I've respected about the Lions, and not only Dan Campbell, but their offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. When they're up in a game, they don't go into like prevent mode and all. Like, they just play their game, their style. Now, it didn't work against the 49ers, but that's the general approach. So I respect that one. But man, I'm with you. And especially, after how the first half ended, he kicked the field goal, which was the right call. And understand, since 2015, you calculate every single NFL game that's been played, 15% of all of those have been decided by exactly 3 points. This is a 3-point league. Field goals absolutely matter, and especially in the playoffs and especially on the road. So I'm with you. Like, I don't have any huge, disagreements, but I'm trying to just grab 3 whenever I can. Or if I need to play field position, I'll do that.
Allan, looking at the winner of this game, I feel like this has been a pretty perfect postseason for Brock Purdy in the sense of us in the content game, because he has been poor for long stretches. He has also delivered at very important times. The fact that the play that kind of kicked everything off beyond the 4th down missed conversion was a deflection off of a Lions player, I thought was pretty perfect. What have you made of him in the last 2 weeks? Because there have been times where I know I'm talking to friends who watch the league and they're like, yeah, they're obviously going to have to move on from him in the offseason or bring in Kirk Cousins or something. And then the second half will happen and he brings them back and they win the football game and move on in another round.
Yeah. So, all right. So you said, yes, pretty perfect. It's pretty perfect. Okay. That was horrible. That joke was terrible. We're never going to do that one again. But no.
Yeah, but we got him for 2 more weeks. So.
Yeah, exactly. Right. No, I think you bring up an excellent point. And it's this. Brock Purdy is still playing so far above his head. Yes, the first halves against Green Bay and against Detroit, not good. Second half, team comes back, catch fire, and go. I think the bigger question for San Francisco is this defense. All right. We saw Jared Goff in the first half completely tear them apart. Second half, defense looked completely different, right? In the pretty much the entire game against Green Bay, Jordan Love ate them alive. They were lucky to even get past that one. So, yeah, like there are questions about Purdy, but I think the bigger one is what is going on with the defense from what we saw earlier in the season. And the largest part is getting to the opposing quarterback, getting sacks. Their numbers have just been, I know Joey Bosa had himself a good game, but like, or Nick Bosa, I'm sorry, but like it's I worry more about the defense than I do Purdy. Purdy's doing his job. He's exactly who we think that he's going to be.
Well, I mean, it's a fascinating point because really, if you look at it, San Francisco's played 2 games in the playoffs, but they've only had 2 good halves.
Yep.
The second halves of both. And you might say, well, it's still getting the job done. But then you project ahead to what they're going to face in 2 weeks. And you're not facing Jordan Love anymore. And you're not facing Jared Goff anymore. You're facing Mahomes and you're facing Kelsey. And oh, by the way, these guys are hitting their stride at a perfect time. They may have not been there in December, but they are now here in January/February. And we saw yesterday, and as we kind of shift the conversation now to the AFC game, Ravens weren't getting a lot of pressure in the first half. Second half, they did, and they were able to slow the Chiefs down. But if San Francisco cannot get consistent pressure on Patrick Mahomes, eventually it's going to come back to bite you.
Oh, God, yes. I mean, it's frightening already to play the Chiefs, much less when, like you said, absolutely hitting their stride. And look, in the second half, you're right. I mean, it did slow down, but Kansas City's been there, and they understood. They were like, look, this offense for the Ravens is not going to work against us. We have a good defensive plan, and we're playing great. Field position will work for us, right? Now, you definitely do want to score, more than what the Chiefs did, but they played the game that they needed to play to win, and that's what experience does for you, and that's what a quarterback like Mahomes can do for you. So, that's the concern. And what we've seen from the Chiefs against the Dolphins, the Bills, and then the Ravens has really been exactly the same. They just keep coming. They keep coming. And every time that you score, awesome, man, we're going to do it again. Like they score as many points as they need to, and they know how to get games and put them out of reach for the other team. It's just phenomenal, man. Like this team is just playing so good. This is going to be a hell of a Super Bowl. Like I cannot wait to watch it. I don't know if the 49ers want to play from behind for a third playoff game in a row, because this is not the team to do that against.
Yeah, and Allan, it's interesting. And the AFC title game is being replayed right now on NFL Network, and it's in the second quarter right now, and the Chiefs are up 14-7. And the thing that continues to stick with me now, almost 24 hours later, is that while the Ravens were playing from behind early in the game, I mean, really the entire game, it seemed like they were playing like they were down 14 or 20 points. What in the world do you make of the game plan, especially with Todd Monken and calling plays where it's like they were trying to drop back and pick up 14 points a pass attempt instead of doing what got them there, and that was running the football and doing so at a very high rate?
Yep, yeah, you nailed it right there. They got away from who they are and what really made them succeed. Lamar Jackson is going to win the MVP because of his completion percentage. And what Todd Monken did when he came in is essentially, if you have a grid, okay, deep, intermediate, short, left, middle, right, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Monken literally just found the places where Lamar is not that successful and said, we're just not going to throw there. We're going to throw to the places where you are comfortable and good doing it. And you saw his completion percentage. It was 71% all season long because he was throwing 5-yard passes, safe, and using his legs and using the run game. What the Chiefs did in Spags is said, you know what? We're going to attack you in the pocket. You're going to have to make a decision, and your legs are not going to be available as many times as you think and want them to be. And when Lamar Jackson, we've seen this before, when he has to beat a team in the pocket, it doesn't work. We see the same result every single time, is that it just doesn't work, man. And the Chiefs drew up a terrific defensive game plan. And look, we have to give Spags credit too. Like Mahomes, Kelsey, they get credit, and rightfully so. Mahomes all time, Kelsey's all time. But what Spags has done the past few years with this defense, the bigger the game, the more above their heads that they play. They just show up and they know exactly what to do, and they don't beat themselves. So, yeah, man, like Baltimore's going to have to figure that out of what you said. Lamar's not going to beat you from the pocket. You're going to have to be aggressive, and they weren't. And that's on John Harbaugh too, because that's been his thing for a while now. They get big games in the playoffs, and they all shrink up, where the Chiefs, they get more aggressive, and it works for them.
Talking with Allan Bell on Twitter. You can follow him at the AB3 on Twitter, or I'm sorry, at the AB3 on YouTube, which is his new YouTube
find
channel.
it. Yeah.
And they will find it, but or you can search Allan Bell on YouTube. How harsh then should the criticism of Lamar be after yesterday. Obviously, it was a big game for him. He had a chance to go to a Super Bowl. He's playing at home. And sure, the offensive game plan maybe wasn't tailor-made for how they've gotten here, but how much of this falls on Lamar's shoulders?
Some. I mean, this is the NFL. We're not going to put it all on, the quarterback here. First off, Zay Flowers, I don't know what the hell you were doing. I mean, that ended the game. That ended their season. You could say it right there. And again, that goes back to John Harbaugh. They were, both teams were kind of yapping before the game. You should have cut that out right then and there, is that it's going to hurt you. And being on the 3-yard line compared to back to the 25 or whatever it was, I mean, that was disastrous. And then he fumbles right there. So Zay Flowers is going to have to take a lot of that. Number two, the offensive game plan. Was Monken telling Lamar to be in the pocket for seemingly 10 seconds long, right? Like, I don't know. Or is that on Lamar? Should he have made decisions quicker? I don't know. But it goes to Harbaugh, Monken, Lamar, on the actual execution of that. And then Zay Flowers, I mean, what are you doing? And the defense, every third down. I mean, they would just give it up every single time. They got to take some too. So, I mean, it's a full team blame there.
Obviously, Allan, it's not like the Chiefs are going to win, the AFC or the Super Bowl every season moving forward. But I do wonder what kind of number you think this season does on the league and specifically the AFC moving forward, given that this is nowhere near the best team of this era for Kansas City. They're a win away from their second Super Bowl in a row. They're a win away from their third in the last 5 seasons. It's like, I just wonder what it's like to be Buffalo today or Baltimore today or any of these teams where it's like, this was the year to get them. And now we're not going to get them.
Yep. It sucks, man. Look, we saw New England do that, right? Like, we've seen, dynasty type teams go through this. And yeah, I mean, it probably is awful in Baltimore. It's probably awful in Buffalo. But I'll say this, and I know that, we'll hear and read on Twitter or whatever that people are tired of seeing the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. And look, I get it. I'm not saying that. I understand the thought process, right? But don't let those opinions fool you. People love dynasties and they love chalk. The public loves it. Look at the NCAA tournament. It is phenomenal of how it's built out because truly everyone has a chance and we see upsets and all kinds of stuff. The Elite Eight and in to the title game is always blue bloods. Always. You might have one, right? One kind of, surprise team here and there. But the national championship is always chalk. It's always big-time programs. And the bigger the program, the bigger the numbers do. And I bet that we see it in the Super Bowl here. It's going to be phenomenal. So, yeah, I mean, you have a point, but Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, like, they draw numbers, man. Like, they do it every single time.
Well, speaking of numbers, the line opened at San Francisco -2.5, and at some places you can already get it down at 1. And if memory serves, didn't we see a line flip last year where it went from Chiefs to Philadelphia before kickoff? Could we see that same thing happen this year, which of course then creates the dreaded middle that the books just absolutely do not want to see?
Yeah, we could, man. And, the tough part is going to be, not only betting, +1, -1 on either side. You're essentially playing the money line game. But what does that do to parlays, right? Because you're going to see, we had so many of the Chiefs +4.5, the Ravens -4.5, where, the public would put those in parlays, just run a money line and go. Now you're essentially playing a money line game. So you're going to see that number jump the fence, I think, for sure, because how can you not bet on Patrick Mahomes? Like, I think everyone's kind of getting the point now of like, yeah, like, bet the dude. Like, what are you doing not doing it? So I think over the next 2 weeks, yeah, man, we're going to see it, and it'll jump back because we'll see big money come in on San Francisco. But that's the tough part. When it's at 1, it's a money line game, man. It changes the way that betting and the public and the sharps look at it.
Allan, is there a particular part of this matchup where you look and you say, I really like Kansas City's advantage there, and then you look on the other side and say, but I also like San Francisco's advantage there? I mean, you just mentioned Mahomes. He's probably the obvious answer with KC, but I wonder where you see either of these teams having an advantage in this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, if the Chiefs defense is playing in the Super Bowl as it has throughout the playoffs, that's a massive, massive side to Kansas City here, because we all get coming in Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. Like, those two dudes are problems. Don't be wrong. There's other guys. Kittle, you can keep going down the list. But if Kansas City, basically what they did with Lamar, the more they could force Brock Purdy to beat them from the pocket, the much better that's going to be for Kansas City. And then you look, Detroit ran on San Francisco. Like, I did not expect that. Not only did they do that, Jared Goff ended up with 26, 27 completions, somewhere around there. Mahomes will eat you alive, son, on that, right? So I am way leaning Kansas City, just because I think they have so many more options of how to win this game. And quite frankly, the pressure's all on San Francisco. Kansas City's playing with house money, man, and it's showing. So, yeah, I think that, KC's defense against Brock Purdy, 100%.
Allan Bell on YouTube at the AB3. If you'd like to follow him there. Allan, we always appreciate the conversation. Really intriguing games yesterday, and now we have 13 days until these two teams actually tee it up.
I look forward to it, man. And yeah, you know what? We'll get on here and talk about how many times Taylor Swift's going to be shown. Those prop bets are going to be more than like the national anthem and all the rest of it. It's going to be fun. But, man, guys, I appreciate you having me on, man. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Allan.
Allan Bell joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Yeah, when you look ahead to the matchup, we got plenty of time to break this down. The Lions being able to run as they did has to be very inviting for Kansas City, because so far Pacheco's had a tremendous postseason, and that just makes Mahomes even that much more dangerous. That said, I think if you see one side early on where San Francisco's got an opportunity, Kyle Shanahan is not going to do what Harbaugh and Monken did.
In terms of running?
They're going to play to their strengths.
Yeah.
And
I think that's going to be the biggest key early.
They're not going to get pass happy.
Correct.
They will make sure. In fact, it wasn't until the very end of the game that they subbed out Christian McCaffrey. He played every snap at running back.
Yep.
Until that very last drive.
And now he's going to get a couple of weeks. Debo's going to get a couple of weeks.
Exactly.
I think that's going to be
that'll be San Francisco's biggest ace in the hole. But I'm with Allan. If that 49er defense continues to have issues against the run, I don't know how Kansas City doesn't win this game.
Yeah, the defensive line, they got a little bit of pressure, especially as the game went along yesterday against Detroit. They are going to have to show up early if they're going to want to have a chance to win this game. That's you want to talk about like things that have changed from the Super Bowl matchup 4 years ago versus now, these two teams. I mean, a lot of stuff has changed. Obviously, people would point to Tyreek Hill, for example, the offense for the Chiefs just not being an over-the-top offense, more of an underneath offense. But the 49ers defense is not what it was. 49ers defense is worse. And I think the 49ers defense, Steve Wilkes, they talked about him a lot throughout the year on Bet the Board, Todd and Payne did. And they have been a noticeably worse defense this year. And they're going to have to round into like previous year's form if they're going to, have a chance to win this football game. For the record, I am not someone that is like auto Chiefs on this. A lot of people are, but I think that 49ers offense can still be a Death Star. It's just right now our more recent examples of them, and this is an argument in favor of the Chiefs, is like for a month, we're kind of been waiting for the 49ers to show, at least I am, what they once were. The playoffs, they have been very inconsistent. And then you go back to the end of the regular season, the Ravens game, which is just over a month ago now, is still in my head. And it's still, I think, in a lot of our heads. But in the aggregate, they put together an incredible sample size of football.
See, the scary thing, though, is if you're anybody but the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes and this team have now become what the Patriots were at their peak of their powers. They're not a team that is going to go out and blow you out 40-10. They know what to do at the right times to get the lead, and then just like yesterday,
stiff arm you.
Big old stiff arm right in the face.
Yeah, think of all of their points.
And exactly. It's not like the Chiefs have scored a bundle of points in this postseason. They won with 17 points yesterday.
Yeah.
in a game that felt like they were leading by 3 scores since, really since halftime.
That was the wild part. Is like late in the game, when the Zay Flowers stuff happens, it's like, oh my gosh, they are 1 score away from this being a 3-point game, or at least a 7-point game. And it seemed like they were down by 25 points throughout that time.
This team is just, they just know what to do, and they don't do anything to beat you. They're basically playing the game of, we're going to do our thing,
and we'll let you make a mistake.
We're going to wait until you make a mistake.
Dude, and that was the thing.
And then it's going to come back, and that's what Baltimore did time and time again. And you saw the frustration. It wasn't on just those obvious things like the Kyle Van Noy penalty, or just
not just the penalties.
Watch the body language.
Again, they dropped back every time like they were trying to pick up the entire deficit per pass. It's like, guys, it's a 14-7 game in the first half. It's a 17-7 game going into the half. You do not have to abandon your run game. And they completely abandoned their run
they
game.
absolutely did. I mean, there was a key moment that's happening right now as we watch on the NFL Network. It was 14-7. The Ravens get the ball after a bad punt.
Yeah, horrible
near
punt.
midfield, and they can't even get a first down.
Yeah.
They can't even drive in the last 2 minutes to get any kind of points. Then the Chiefs get the ball back.
At their own 10-yard line, and they go.
And you get there was a couple of
they
dumb
have
penalties.
2 back-to-back penalties.
2 dumb penalties, and then they get a field goal, get a 2-score lead.
And even that, along the way, they get a touchdown that gets taken off the board by a penalty, and it's not like they panic. They still are able to leave that drive with points.
And instead of trying to be a hero and trying to convert a 3rd and 18,
a little bit closer for Butker.
Yep, they just got close enough, and then Butker drills the field goal, and
essentially the game's over at that point in time.
It felt over.
Yeah,
it really felt over because it was just that specter of, oh my God, they're up 2 scores and they're getting the ball, and it just felt like the whole second half, they're just like everything got tight. Zay Flowers goes out and does his thing.
That's the crazy part is like he was, the reason that the game was what it was in terms of like kind of close. And he also made, first of all, the play where he has the personal foul, if he goes one way, I do think there's a very real chance he scores. That happens, and then obviously the fumble. It's like, all right, see you later. Goodbye.
And what was he doing? He was being careless with the football near the end zone.
Great rule. I guess that did go out of bounds, but
I saw folks say that it's still not fair that the Chiefs got the ball on the 20-yard line, even though they made a clear recovery in the end.
Okay, well, that's stupid.
Exactly. See, the people that want this rule abolished have jumped the shark.
Yeah,
they so want their points that they can't realize, hey, you fumble the ball. You fumble the ball in the end zone, you deserve to be punished.
Give
them
4 points for trying. Not quite a touchdown, but
Did you see the tweet by Matt Rule?
Yes, and I don't remember what he said. It was something,
he basically said, "This is why I coach my guys not to reach the football at the goal line."
Yeah,
because it's happened 2 weeks in a row.
They pressed.
Matt Rule is right.
They pressed.
They did, and they did. They pressed.
They pressed the whole time.
They absolutely pressed.
Yeah, the pressure.
The pressure got to them.
They're professionals, but it's just one of those games where you could just tell, like, oh wow, it's just going to be that kind of day.
Stupid loses more games than smart wins.
Yeah, really.
And that was really, not that the Chiefs weren't smart yesterday, because they were, but a lot of Baltimore stupid cost them that game.
Yeah, indeed.
And a lot of that is, again, because of the team on the other side and the aura that they now have.
I think the fear factor of playing Kansas City is incredibly real now.
It is.
Incredibly real.
And it will be curious to see if San Francisco falls into those same traps.
And I know we were up against it, but they have brought fear factor for other teams. I think the 49ers have. But if they start how they did versus the Packers and the Lions, they will be unable to come back. I do not think that that's possible against this team. They need to get the fast start going against Kansas City.
Still to come, we're going to talk with Mitch Sherman. Coming up, what happened, Nebraska, Paul?
I picked him.
I know.
I picked him.
I know. They went on the road.
I didn't.
I picked him in predictions. Cost me. Sad.
16-20 the zone.
Nick Grimm for my friends in your new sportsbook, Circa Sports Iowa. With tight money line splits and a low hold model, Circa wants you to make as much money as you possibly can while keeping as little for themselves as they also possibly can. That includes not limiting you if you keep winning big like some other places may or may not do. Their customer service is also the best. It's Las Vegas hospitality in the palm of your hand anywhere in Iowa. They like to treat the app and its users as if you were sitting right there in Vegas with them. There's real people and not AI or bad robots behind it. If you have any issues at all, email them or tweet at them, and they will resolve your issues as fast as they possibly can. You've gone ahead, you've tried the others, now try Circus Sports Iowa and never go back. Download it today from your app store. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Previously on The Crossover.
If we're going to treat weather like sports, why don't we have gambling on the weather?
Great idea.
Why are our friends at FanDuel not setting an over-under on the temperature, and we're like weighted with bating breath all day if it's going to get up to
Over-under on temperatures is a great idea. Plus 350 for an anytime snowstorm.
A same-day parlay. Are we going to get both grapple and snow today?
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny for much of your Monday afternoon and warm today with highs into the upper 40s to even 50 degrees. Winds will remain light out of the west between 5 to 10 miles an hour. Tonight becoming mostly to partly cloudy, breezy early tonight with a low of 31. Partly cloudy, mild again for your Tuesday with a high tomorrow of 41 degrees in Omaha. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Bring your appetite to Shuck's Fish House. The 4 days of Shrimp Fest at Shuck's Fish House starts now through Wednesday, with 7 different flavors of shrimp to choose from for only $5 a dozen. 3 Omaha locations. Get the skinny on their shrimp at shucksfishhouse.com.
Settling down can be good, but resigning yourself to lower energy, hair loss, decreased sex drive? You don't have to. Hair loss is common as we get over 50. Lower sex drive and ED happens to over half of us after 40. You can get professional help, and it's as simple as going to hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's history in the making as the Omaha Supernovas, your Major League Volleyball team, continue their inaugural season as they host the San Diego Mojo on Saturday, February 3rd at 6 p.m. World-class professional volleyball right here in Nebraska at the CHI Health Center. Secure your tickets and get to know your Supernovas by visiting supernovas.com. That's supernovas.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Is that your nightstick? Are you happy to see me?
Of 1620 The Zone.
Well, it was a great day yesterday for the red teams.
Yes, it was.
It was not on Saturday.
Oh, basketball time? We haven't even gotten to give our takes yet.
We got plenty of time for our
give
takes.
basketball takes.
We got plenty of time for our takes.
They're bad. That's not.
Well,
That's not
are
true.
they
They're not
bad,
bad.
or
They're-
are they just bad when they're not at home?
They have reached a point where I am annoyed by them now. I have decided that I am annoyed by Nebraska basketball.
Well, that's good. That means you care.
No, not really. The annoying part is because every time I think one thing, they prove me wrong. Either side. When I was like, I wanted to join our good friend Josh Otson to cancel them. I wanted to cancel Nebraska basketball. But then they kept winning. And I was like, I can't cancel them. Then what do I do? Every time that I buy in, every time I pick them to win a game in predictions, they literally lose.
Yeah, they do.
Every time.
Yeah, they do.
What the hell, man? And that was horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, you go from being up by, what was it, 12 to 2? Is that what it was at the beginning?
They were outscored in the last 35 minutes, 71-39.
Damn.
71-39. Shout out to Wilson Moore from the World Herald for that great nugget. 71-39, John.
It's
32
brutal.
points.
It's brutal.
Ugh.
And it always happens on the road.
The Terps, they entered the game shooting below 30% from the three-point line. They went 11 of 26. 11 of 26.
Now, but Nebraska went 10 of 21.
Yeah, which is...
They were almost 50% from 3, and they got blown out on the road by 22.
Yeah.
That's because they only went 7 for 22 from 2. 7 of 22. While Maryland was going, it looks like, 15 for 38? Yeah, 15 for 38, which isn't great.
I was going to say,
but
that's
it's
not even
it's a hell of a lot better than 7 out of 22.
What is it about these defensive games on the road where they have struggled so much? Because, Rutgers did it. They shot very well on them. Obviously, we know what Wisconsin did. Iowa's probably the best example of this whole discussion.
Honestly, the issue is very simple. It was turnovers and offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
Nebraska had 10 more turnovers, and they gave up 17 offensive rebounds. They only had 3. And in the specialty points, they were outscored by 17 in points off turnovers, and they were outscored by 13 in second chance points.
Not going to do it.
When you're getting, the thing is, if you're getting a stop, and again, Maryland only shot 40% for the game. When you're getting the initial stop and you can't clear the rebound, it's one of the most frustrating things ever because you did what you needed to do. And then all of a sudden, it'd be like in football. You get the 3 and out, and then somebody jumps off sides on a 4th and 4, and it's an automatic first down that's almost what it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
You get the stop. Creighton went through this last week at UConn. They got the initial stop. But if you don't get the board.
They do all that work, and then they get another go at it.
And with a team like Nebraska, and we saw this against Purdue, that loves to get out and run and score in transition and get points before the other team can get set. Well, when you don't rebound off stops, there's no chance to run. There's no chance to get out in an open floor. There's no chance to score when the other team's not set. You're constantly taking the ball out of the basket and taking it in from out of bounds because you've given up another second chance point. The thing about it, when you have this kind of problem on the road, and I know it's not easy to win on the road. So I'm not trying to make it sound like, Nebraska's not doing something that other teams don't have. But when you have this Jekyll and Hyde complex, where you play so well at home and you play so poorly on the road, it makes you wonder if there's a bit of, I guess for lack of a better term, it's almost like it's a front-running mindset where, when everything's going your way, you're great. But if you hit a roadblock, if you hit adversity, then all of a sudden, like the Ravens yesterday, it's just.
Well, it's funny, too, because obviously I rooted for a team during the football season that was so much better at home until they weren't than they were on the road.
Right.
Where it's like, and it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy where it's like, oh, wow, hey, they're on the road again. And, they struggle on the road and then they struggle on the road. And it's like, okay, what are you doing here?
Right.
And it fulfills itself. I think you're onto something, especially given that, I know the Rutgers game was down to the wire.
And they led most of that game.
Sure, and Rutgers ain't very good. But against the good teams, they're getting smoked when they go on the road.
And it's not like Maryland's
yeah,
a
exactly.
great team. Maryland's below Nebraska in all the major metrics. And yet it keeps happening on the road. And listen, you still got plenty of road games left out there.
Yeah.
And I know
just would have been nice to get one, because especially given the turnaround now, and you have a Thursday night game versus Wisconsin, which is a big game. And if you get a win, maybe you come out with your best foot forward. I think that when we talked about it last week, we kept saying 2-2. Can you go 2-2 in this 4-game stretch? And I mean, I guess there is a possibility. It's just going to be a lot harder now because the teams are all more difficult, right? They're all harder games than Maryland was. Two more on the road in this stretch after this one versus Wisconsin.
Well, you got Wisconsin, then you go on the road, Illinois and Northwestern. They're all quad one opportunities, but 2 of them are going to be away from home.
Aaron writes on the text machine 402-951-1620. The things that were the cause had a lot to do with simple effort.
You wonder, certainly not having a Juwan Gary who could be back this week. Having a guy like that who can at times play with that junkyard dog-like mentality. Not having a guy like that on the road certainly hurts. But they also didn't have him for most of the Rutgers game, and they had a lead.
Yeah, when he went out, it's not like they folded up at that exact moment.
No.
They ended up adding more to their lead.
They added, they actually
added to it.
They had a big lead, then they lost it, then they got another big lead in the second half, and they lost it.
Yeah.
But a little bit later on, we'll take a look at where this leaves them, because this loss did hit them in terms of NCAA tournament possibilities. They're not out of the running, obviously. But we'll take a look at their resume currently and try to project ahead where Nebraska could end up. That a little bit later on. But when we come back, we'll get into more of what happened yesterday. And is Lamar who we thought he was after yet another playoff failure? That and more as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
It'd be great if life came with a remote control. You could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash. Fantastic. Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
There were certainly many narratives when you looked at the 4 quarterbacks who participated yesterday on Championship Sunday. But dare I say, nobody had more at stake in terms of reputation than Lamar Jackson. Certainly if the 49ers had lost yesterday and if the margin especially had stayed the same as it was, we would be having copious amounts of conversation today about how Brock Purdy needs to be replaced. So from a weight standpoint, he probably had more because it's not like Lamar Jackson's going to lose his job.
Yeah, but since the 49ers won and since the Ravens lost, it allows for, the Purdy discourse to, again, continue to be what it is, and the Lamar Jackson discourse to now you dive into it a little deeper because he will not be playing another game this season.
And listen, he already had a lot before having the poor playoff record that he did until last week when they beat Houston. But yesterday, on the biggest stage, or the second biggest stage next to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Against the other guy who everyone is compared to. And yeah, you can look at the raw numbers and say, yeah, he didn't play poorly. But ultimately, quarterbacks are judged by the games that they win and how they win them. And Patrick Mahomes made virtually no mistakes yesterday.
Correct.
Virtually no mistakes, as he has done so far this entire postseason. Lamar Jackson, I mean, what was he doing? Throwing into triple coverage in the end zone. When they were down 2, they had the field goal in their pocket, and all of a sudden it's just like, throw it to the end zone in triple coverage. Not to mention just some of the body language that I saw. I mean, I saw the frustration. And I get it. It's human, but he's the on-field leader. And you wonder if things like what happened with Zay Flowers stemmed from the fact that there was just an overall general sense on that sideline and in that huddle of tightness and pressure. And that's another thing that great quarterbacks do, is they tend to lower the pressure level. The famous Joe Montana, before the biggest drive of his life in Super Bowl 23, 3 minutes to go, backed up in his own 8-yard line or whatever it was.
Hey, is that John Candy?
Hey, is that John Candy? That was Joe Cool. That's how he just, not that Lamar needed to get, hey.
Is that David Simon, creator of The Wire?
That's that jerk Paul Rudd who always roots for the Chiefs. But now the questions, and listen, I'm not saying that, Lamar Jackson doesn't deserve to be the MVP. The MVP is voted on based on what you do in the regular season. I get that. But it was hard not to watch that game yesterday and think that the MVP was wearing 15.
Yeah, I want to know your answer to this question, because you asked it earlier. Is he who we thought he was, or is he who we thought he was? He was.
Yeah.
Because I'm sensing, and this is going back to our discussions over the years, that you have always been a bit tepid in your praise of Lamar, that you don't, like, if you were building a franchise, that he would not be the guy that you would start with, obviously. I mean, because he's not Mahomes.
All right, let's take Patrick Mahomes off the table.
Who would you start a franchise with?
Pick any quarterback.
Josh Allen.
I'm not picking Lamar.
Yeah, I'd pick Josh Allen.
I'd pick Allen first.
Mm-hmm. Joe Burrow would be up there.
Joe Burrow would
I mean, on the other hand, and I know in the happy hour, we're going to talk a little about regular season versus postseason. And the impetus for that was a discussion that I had with Iowa JD yesterday, where essentially he said, Lamar's not good. And I said, okay, like we need to chill. And that's like these wild swings with this discussion that it's hard for me to this is not what you're saying, obviously, but where he says, I judge a player in the postseason. And that is why I say Lamar is not good. And you care about the regular season. I say the same thing about Kirk too, because this whole discussion was, is he Kirk Cousins? And to that, I obviously disagree, because what are we to do then with 2 MVP seasons? He will win the MVP next, Saturday or Thursday, whenever they announce it. He will win that. That has to mean something. It has to matter to some degree. So when you ask, is he who we thought he was? I think that he can reach that level. I think because he has shown it. He has done it multiple seasons now. His record as a starter is, I'm going to see if I can pull it up real fast. It's spectacular, John. As a starting quarterback, Lamar Jackson, the number of wins versus the number of losses, it is an incredibly high winning percentage. As a starter, let's see if this is the right. I just want to make sure I have the correct number. He is 58-19 as a starter in the regular season. That is incredible. He completed 67% of his passes this year, 3,600 yards. On the ground, he added many more rushing yards. He is himself someone that you have to defend. He added 821 rushing yards. So, right there, we're talking about, 4,400 yards? He changes the math of the equation. So I don't like he's bad because he's performed poorly in the playoffs. While I also do understand that this is where legacy is made. This is where we decide who is Joe Montana and who is Patrick Mahomes and who is Dan Marino.
And that's where Lamar is trending. Is he's trending towards the Dan Marino. He's going to put up some great numbers. He's going to win a lot of games until the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
This is the second chance he's had as the number 1 seed to get all of his playoff games at home. The first time they didn't even get they didn't get out of the first game. This time at least they did that. But yesterday, 54% completion percentage and a very costly interception.
Yeah, that was essentially the nail in the coffin. And the other thing about this one, and I thought Al hit it on it well when we had him last hour, I am still perplexed by the game plan in general.
Yeah, that's not Lamar's fault.
Yes, exactly. I do not get what Monken was doing with this team that is so downhill, that runs the ball so well all year long. What are they doing? Dropping him back that many times?
Right.
That was the curious thing to me. Did he perform admirably? Admirably, yes. Did he perform great? Certainly not. He was nowhere near as good as he needed to be if they were going to ask him to do that. But there's a part of me that goes all the way back, and I just say, what was that? What was the purpose of doing that? And yet, in the end, they are a fumble at the goal line away from the game being completely different for those final quarter, essentially. That was the beginning of the fourth quarter. The quarter is a whole lot different. But still, the 3 quarters to get to that point were not very good either.
Right.
And then after that, of course, it wasn't very good after that.
No, that's true. And the interception happened in the end zone. In both those drives, you lost points.
Mm-hmm.
You literally lost points.
Yeah.
Because you had the best field goal kicker in the game. You would have gotten at least 3.
At least 3.
Out of either of those, had those mistakes not happened, assuming that subsequent plays didn't end up in touchdowns. But unfortunately, that cloud is always going to be continuing to hang over Lamar Jackson. And you're right, having the MVPs are great, but ultimately you're judged by how you do at the end, and the ends have not. I was going to say the ends haven't justified the means, but the ends haven't justified the greatness. There's no doubt when it comes to when you play Lamar Jackson, you're like, oh God, this guy just frustrates the ever-loving crap out of you in ways that few guys can. There are things he does that not even Mahomes does. But Mahomes has now reached that esteemed level where he still does those things, but now, it's no longer the dancing down the sidelines, touchdown against Tennessee. He's still capable of doing those things. He doesn't do those things.
He picks his spots more.
He picks his spots more because he realizes that he understands where his team's strengths and weaknesses are and what is being asked of him. And then he's able to, he's given so many groceries by Andy Reid, and he's still able with his skills to craft some things and craft a good meal. Whereas with Lamar yesterday, he wasn't given the best groceries in the world, but he could have done better with what he had.
You wonder, and I start thinking of, historical comps, and obviously Mahomes is getting compared to Brady, and rightfully so. And who is Brady's foil or rival? His rival is Peyton Manning. And that was a guy. I mean, it's funny. They do so in obviously different ways. Manning and Lamar, that is, in terms of one's a dual threat, the other is not. But Peyton Manning, what was the biggest negative on him for years? Great in the regular season, sucks in the playoffs. And that was true. He was someone who would he had MVP campaigns. I still remember the year he set the all-time touchdowns record, and it was like, this guy is a monster. There's no way he's going to get beat in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it's because teams now have a full season of tape on you, whether it's because they're bringing out new plays or new play designs or whatever it is, schemes against you that they haven't shown, or just fortifying them a little bit more, the same thing is now happening with him. And it's funny because Peyton Manning, while he won 2 Super Bowls, I wouldn't say that he was awesome in either of those postseasons, especially not the Broncos one, but not even really the Colts one. That was Bob Sanders and that defense getting healthy at the right time. They played in a very unmemorable Super Bowl where he wasn't great throughout that. They got to another one. He was horrible against the Saints. He threw a pick 6 that cost him the game. He was horrible against the Seahawks, but he has 2 Super Bowls. Eventually he broke through that ceiling and he won one. And there's so all of that to say, I do think that he has that in him, just like I think that Josh Allen has that in him. But on the other sideline is the NFL's version of Michael Jordan. And it was like, look, I think that Charles Barkley is great. And I can think that Patrick Ewing is great. And I can think that Sean Kemp and Gary Payton or Karl Malone and John Stockton. But at the end, if the boss level is Michael Jordan, and in this case, if it's Patrick Mahomes, it's almost one of those, man, don't you wish you played in a different era? Because then you wouldn't have to go against that guy. Though if you played in the previous era, you had Brady. So it's not like you had it a whole lot easier.
Am I right? I'm trying to go through my quick mental Rolodex. Mahomes, Flacco came back this year, but Mahomes is the only active AFC Super Bowl winning quarterback. Outside of
Roethlisberger's
retired, Brady's retired.
Yep, and then Flacco.
And then there was Flacco, and he did come back this year, but he's probably not coming back next year.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the last decade plus, and you look at the Super Bowl champions.
He's the only active AFC championship quarterback. So all of those other guys, as great as that league,
Aaron Rodgers.
But Rodgers didn't really
People
play
forget about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean, literally,
and he got traded into that conference.
Well, hell, John, how many Super Bowl winning quarterbacks are in the league right now? It's a small list.
Tom Brady took up too much.
Stafford,
Mahomes, Rodgers, and Flacco. Is that the list right now?
Oh,
it's getting to be like the college football.
Yeah, we don't have Drew Brees.
Coaches.
We don't have Tom Brady.
That's true.
Wow,
interesting. Well, we have Russell. Did you say Russell Wilson?
And he's in the AFC.
Let's ride.
He is in the AFC.
Well, he was in the AFC. He will. Who knows where he'll be?
Who knows where he'll be?
Gross. But in terms of actual competitors, no, he's the one. Because in the playoffs, it was 2-time MVP in Lamar Jackson. Josh Allen hasn't won an MVP he hasn't even gotten to a Super Bowl just yet. CJ Stroud was in his rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
Tua, obviously not. Who else am I forgetting?
Sad.
And Kenny Pickett / Mason Rudolph in Pittsburgh.
Jeff writes, didn't watch the whole game, but wow, Zay Flowers is going to take heat. The fumble, hey, it happens, and he was trying to make a play. Disagree. Stupid. That's stupid. You didn't have to dive for the goal line there in traffic.
I'm always, and I know we got to go to Mitch, but I'm curious, what do people want him to do in that moment instead of dive for the end zone? I never understand.
Don't extend the ball.
Did he really? He didn't do this.
It wasn't extended.
He exposed the ball. He didn't have it underneath. He didn't have it in the crook of his arm.
So you say dive, but just keep it here.
Well, yeah. I don't care if you leave your feet.
Okay.
But when you expose the ball, like that, it gets poked out. If he gets tackled right where he is, it's 1st and goal at the 1. The odds of them scoring a touchdown are very, very good, even as much as Monken wasn't calling run plays. They're going to get in the end zone. At the very least, they could get 3, which would have helped.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, you can't expose the ball like that. You just can't. And again, and credit to
yeah, I know. Why can't I remember his name either? Man, that was
Snead.
Yeah.
Who's having a great season, by the way.
Because he had both hands on it.
Yeah, he had both hands on it, but you can't expose the ball in that spot.
Interesting.
Not in traffic.
I think this is definitely where you and I kind of do part ways sometimes. Is like he was diving for the end zone.
I feel like I've seen that work a lot more than I haven't.
I would agree.
Exactly. And that's great, but you've got to know your surroundings. You've got to understand the situation. It's more important that you have the ball. And I've always said this about diving for the pylon, diving for the goal line. It's situational. You got to know. If that's 4th down and he's got to get in the end zone, absolutely.
It was 2nd and 8.
If it's the last play of the game and you've got to get absolutely. How much time's left in the game?
I mean, a quarter, basically.
Yeah.
It's the start of the 4th quarter.
You got the whole 4th quarter. Take your yards. Don't expose the football. Know your surroundings.
See, what I thought was stupid was it after that play where he got so mad he hit the bench?
It was literally
and cut his
They hit
hand
the
open?
bench and cut his hand open.
Yeah.
I thought that was dumb.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Yeah. He had it was well, it really, to me, the more egregious thing was the penalty earlier.
The one on that
The
drive?
taunting.
Oh, yeah. It was stupid, too. He could have scored on that play. And then he pushes the guy down. Idiot. Headley says exactly. You got to know when it's appropriate to expose yourself.
Yeah.
It's very important to know when to expose yourself.
You got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him.
And know when Mitch Sherman is coming up next on 1620 The Zone. But happy Super Bowl to all those who celebrate from FanDuel. And because a certain someone is going to be at the game, more people will be interested in the Super Bowl, even though they have no idea what a football is. But if you're like me, Super Bowl is about the game. It's about the football. And it's about grabbing your snacks and also placing some really good bets.
Mm-hmm.
So think about joining FanDuel right now, because new customers join today. You get $200 in bonus bet. That's $200. That's $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. That means you can get involved today. You can bet on something in the next 2 weeks. All you have to do is win that first $5 bet and get $200 in bonus bets. And then imagine all the fun you can have on Super Sunday betting football things.
So many prop bets, John. Go to FanDuel.com/1620. Take advantage of this great offer. By the way, the line, will be telling you about it over the next couple of weeks. Currently, the Niners -1.5. The total is 47.5. There will be a bevy of props. There will be a ton of Super Bowl specials. Go again to that website, FanDuel.com/1620, and get $200 in bonus bets if that first bet of $5 or more wins. FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, we've got a stall blocking the right lane on southbound 144th at L Street. Otherwise, delays on eastbound L Street from 108th to 90th, from 36th to 24th for both directions on L Street. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays between 680 and 144th, and delays on Dodge for both directions between 72nd and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Zoom Drain.
Dealing with any type of plumbing issue can be overwhelming, especially if it's related to your drain or sewer lines. Thankfully, Zoom Drain specializes in drain and sewer services of all scopes. Contact Zoom Drain anytime by logging on to zoomdrain.com.
Hey there, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Outdoor Nebraska update. It's hunting time in the Husker State. For a safe season, remember to be totally certain of your target and your background before you fire that shot. In a moment, ask yourself, is the bullet flight path clear? Is that a legitimate target? And what am I going to hit if I miss my shot? Please be careful out there. If you'd like more information on hunting safety, go to outdoornebraska.gov. That's outdoornebraska.gov. From wildfowl to owls. Great time of year to step outside and watch wildlife. Many animals are still active, plus the leaves have mostly fallen, vegetation is set back, and we'll have some warmer weather. Maybe you'll hike a state park trail or head to a public reservoir to do that. Oh, and don't forget your camera. Oh, it's on your phone. That's right. I'm Greg Wagner.
The physical therapy students of the University of Nebraska Medical Center and Creighton University invite you to participate in Joint Effort, an annual overnight charity volleyball tournament on February 2nd from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Union Bank and Trust Sports Complex in Elkhorn. Proceeds benefit the Nebraska Arthritis Foundation. This co-ed tournament is open to all ages and skill levels. Registration is open until January 29th. Get information on the tournament or how to donate at their Facebook page. Search Joint Effort Volleyball.
Hey fans, looking for the best seats without the hidden fees? Then you need to check out Tickets for Less. Whether it's Creighton games, Husker matchups, or big-time concerts and events, they've got you covered, all with no service fees. Now, you ready to score a deal? Use the code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and save on your next event. You prefer to go mobile? Grab the free Tickets for Less app and shop with ease. Every seat holds a story, so find yours and save when you use the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and the Tickets for Less app today.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us as he does every Monday. Mitch, how was your weekend? Oh, you know it helps if I push the button. I don't know why I didn't push the button. I'm sorry, Mitch. How was your weekend?
Yeah, you got me now?
I got you now.
All right, my weekend. I was just thinking about that. It seems like it's been a long time, but it was fine. Watched some football on Sunday, watched some basketball on Saturday, and that's about how it went. A few kids' activities, had some nice weather. Not bad.
Do you have any theories on Nebraska basketball's road struggles?
Well, I've watched the games, so my theories, road games, road victories, playing well on the road, it requires, a different level of toughness. You've got to dig deep. You've got to be mentally tough. I think it helps to have players who've played together for multiple seasons. And now this Nebraska team, even as it continues to struggle on the road, it has a group that's played together, if not for multiple seasons. There are some in that category, and this group has played together for 20 games at this point, just over 20 games, or right at 20 games, and it's time to flip the switch, or March is going to be nail biting time, and the selection committee probably won't look kindly upon the fact that the Huskers struggle mightily away from Pinnacle Bank Arena. There are no NCAA tournament games at Pinnacle Bank Arena, and that will be taken into consideration. I think they're still okay. I don't know, to be honest with you, because early in the calendar year or late in 2023, things were okay when they went away from home. They went and they beat Oregon State at a neutral site. They beat Kansas State, played a good first half against Minnesota before that one went in the toilet. But it just seems to be a different level of aggressiveness and confidence that I've seen from this group when they hit a little speed bump on the road versus doing it at home. They're much more adept at getting over it inside PBA.
You make an interesting point when you talk about veteran teams or teams that have been around each other for a long time. Certainly that can be at play. I kind of look at it because it's not just that they're winning in one place and losing at another, but it seems like they're just a different team altogether. Mm-hmm. The personality of the team is just so much different. They feed off energy so much better. It almost feels like, for lack of a better term, a front runner psyche. You're good when things are going well, but when things are going bad, it
falls apart.
It falls apart, and it never gets better.
Yeah, I mean, they've faced some of those moments at home, and again, you have the crowd behind you, and it's just it's a comfort level thing. I don't think that they're I don't think they're mentally weak. You don't beat Michigan State and certainly Purdue and play the kind of basketball they have, and really all of their victories, unless you have that fortitude inside of you. It's just getting it to the forefront and digging and finding it in those road environments. Unquestionably, it's harder because you don't, to use a term that you hear more often in football, you have to bring your own energy on the road. And they're clearly struggling to do that at this point. I think in watching the Maryland game, to me, it looked like, although they were hitting their shots at the beginning, to me, it looked like it's as much a belief and a confidence thing as anything else. I don't know that those guys went out. They didn't look like they went out on the court and believed that they were going to do the things needed to win. And that's the opposite of how they play at home.
Mitch, turning to football, you had a write-up, I think it went up on Saturday, about 10 questions for Matt Rule heading into spring 2024. And you asked one that I found really interesting when you said, do the linemen on both sides rate as a strength? I think pretty much the entire fan base would agree with you on the defensive line. It still seems like offensive line discourse is a bit mixed from people. What would the offensive line looking like a strength? What do you think that would look like, and what do you think that would mean for that side of the ball?
It would be really important for that side of the ball, more so this year than in most years, because they're going to go to an offense that really requires the offensive line to be a finely tuned machine. They can do some things, and we saw that last year in the run game, to scheme their way into some yards and some first downs. Now, it didn't equate to a ton of points, but at times you'd look at Nebraska's rushing numbers and go, wow, that's pretty good. They were first or second in the league in rushing, but it comes down to scoring points and being able to move the ball in the red zone and obviously not turn it over. And those are all areas where the offensive line can play a role. You can add protecting the quarterback as the most important thing that Nebraska's offensive line has to do in 2024. And I think if they're successful next year, then that's what it looks like. They're giving the quarterback, and we'll just say Dylan Raiola, time to throw the ball and to be able to operate in this offense and use that arm that he's got. If he's got defensive ends crashing down on him as soon as he gets set in the pocket, then that's obviously a sign that things aren't working right up front for Donnie Raiola's group, and his nephew's going to pay the price. So I think they're equipped. I think that they're a year older, and it's an old group. And then the addition of Micah Mazuka, I think, is really big in being able to stabilize things on the interior part of that line, which then allows you to have some flexibility and depth at the tackle spots.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. We were just talking about, what the attitude in the basketball team might be like in the locker room. Speaking of locker rooms, how do you think football is set with the kind of player leadership, and where do you think Dylan Raiola fits into that equation in the upcoming season?
Well, I think he's out front on the public stuff and helping Nebraska recruit, and he can identify for sure with players, as the 24 class wrapped up, and even as they recruited transfers, and now that they're getting into bringing 25 kids who are just high school juniors onto campus. Dylan's like a rock star in that world. But when it comes down to leadership that's coming out of the locker room, I don't know that you expect that out of a true freshman quarterback. Sure, he's going to have a voice in the huddle, and I think he's ready to do that because of all the football that he's played and the different environments that he's been in. This is a case, I think, at Nebraska this year where it's going to benefit him to have played at 3 different high schools over the course of he attended 4 and played at 3 over the course of his 4 seasons, 3 as a varsity starter in high school, one Texas, one Georgia, one Arizona. So it's a good level of high school football too. And that should take away, what typically would be a little bit of an intimidation factor if you're asked in any way to be a leader for a program in the Big Ten as a true freshman. At the same time, that's not Dylan. They're going to need to rely on him on the field, and I think in future years as a leader and a voice and an out front guy in the locker room. But that's not his role. I would say in 24, certainly not going into the season. Nebraska has plenty of older players, and you start with both of those lines. And on the defensive side, you guys know it's Ty Robinson and Nash Hutmaker and Jamari Butler, and they've got veterans in the secondary. And on the offensive side, it's Ben Scott, it's Bryce Benhart, it's Thomas Fedoni, who emerged as a leader last year. It's Gabe Irvin, who was a great leader a year ago and is trying to come back from injury at the running back spot. So they have a lot of candidates. And, I mentioned like barely half of them, or maybe not even half of them, who are juniors and seniors, and in some cases, 5th and 6th year seniors, that can lead this team and take that responsibility so that Dylan Raiola doesn't need to deal with that and can focus on learning the offense and connecting with his receivers.
Mitch, is this the week we learn about Dana Holgorsen?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think there's a deadline or anything. And if Dana's coming to Nebraska at this point, it's in an off-field role, depending on what the future of analysts are on the coaching staff. He's not going to be out there, at least at the beginning, or any analyst is not going to be out there like in spring football coaching. So in that sense, there's not an urgency. And I do think that with Nebraska and Holgorsen and where that whole situation was going, it was dependent on jobs filling up in the college market, assistant coaching market, the coordinator market, and then the dust settling after the NFL season. And now that we're past the coaching carousel, or getting past the coaching carousel in the NFL, and things start to slow down, then he'll have a better sense of where he wants to be. But I don't think it's like in any way, a slam dunk that he's at Nebraska. But he's had conversations. He's visited Lincoln. He needs to decide if he wants to be in this thing in 24. And if he does, then I think Nebraska's a possibility. But we could find out this week, or we could find out still yet sometime down the road.
I haven't seen a lot of negative feedback. We even did a poll question on it last week. But the more I think about it, the more I am surprised that Nebraska is having an 11 a.m. spring game. When you consider how big of a recruiting weekend that is, and it's the one time where you have probably as much control as you're ever going to have over what time something kicks off. And I know Trev tried to sell it as, hey, you can make it a full day of Husker sports with the softball and the baseball. But the reason people are coming to Lincoln that day is for the football. And so why it's happening so early, it's still kind of puzzling to me. I wonder if the BTN maybe tied his hands a little bit. What's your thought?
Well, yeah, I think BTN, and I don't know this, but I think BTN probably wants to have a full day of football, and somebody's got to play at 11. And if you want to be in one of those live windows, you're not entirely at their mercy like you are in the season. They can't tell you when to kick off, but if you want to be on TV, they essentially can. Also it's later in the spring, so 11 a.m. on April 27th doesn't really sound as unappealing as 11 a.m. on like April 13th.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. It might be 80 degrees on April 13th and 51 on April 27th. That's just the way it works in Nebraska. But there's a better chance it's going to be a nice day and people can enjoy some sunshine. Recruits who are the big problem with bringing in recruits during the season for an 11 a.m. kickoff is that they play Friday night football games. And if they're coming from Texas or Florida or Georgia or anywhere outside of driving distance, it's difficult to get into Nebraska and be there in time for the pregame festivities or even the kickoff at 11 a.m. But these guys aren't playing Friday night football games on April 26th. So if they're coming in for the spring game, I'd expect that they'll be in town on Friday anyway. And it doesn't really end up being a deterrent from a recruiting perspective.
Mitch, what do you think Heinrich Haarberg's role is in the quarterback room this spring?
Ooh, that's a great question, and I think a lot of it depends on the true freshmen, the two of them, and how ready they look. And we talk all the time about Raiola, and it is deservedly so because he's the guy who's in the seat to likely be the starter. But Danny Kalen's role is important too, and he has to show some readiness. And I know he's continuing to work, like he's working extra time, whether it's back at home, with the trainers that he's had at the Warren Academy, and a little bit of downtime when he's not in Lincoln, like on a weekend. I saw his QB's coach, John Teaglin, posted a video of Danny doing some throwing and training just the other day. And it appeared to be a fresh video. If it's not, I apologize, but regardless, he's working hard. And he's going to continue. His role is important, because if Danny isn't ready to be somebody who can be a backup, and be ready to understand things and physically be equipped, then I think you're somewhat limited in the flexibility that you have with Heinrich Haarberg. But if the two true freshmen, if they're ready to boldly march forward with those two guys, then they can really get creative with Haarberg, and he can do some of like the Taysom Hill kind of stuff. I mean, he's still going to play quarterback, but you can involve him in other parts of your offense. You can get him as an H-back. You can have him catch passes. You can get him on the field in plays where Raiola's out there too. So, but that doesn't work unless both of those guys are good to go as true freshmen. Unless, of course, Nebraska makes the decision in April to pursue another quarterback, and you can't entirely close the door that they're going to go into the portal and look for somebody to fit into the picture. But as it stands right now, a lot about what Haarberg's role is and how versatile it can be, how versatile he can be. It depends on the development of the young guys.
What did you think of the Sharon Moore hire? It seemed like it was a foregone conclusion that if Harbaugh left, which he did, that it was going to be Moore's job. But did Michigan play it too safe here?
Well, look at what happened at Alabama when the Tide changed coaches even earlier, but late by normal standards, earlier in the calendar year than where Michigan sits. I think that the exodus of players from Alabama was the best thing that could have happened for Sharon Moore's candidacy. Now, I'll say the second best thing, because the best thing that happened for Sharon Moore's candidacy was that he was the head coach of Michigan for three important games down the stretch when they were trying to stay perfect and stay in contention for the college football playoff. And he also played a big role early in the season in much, much lower leverage games when Harbaugh was suspended. So that right there, there's not another coach who was an assistant at a school this year who had the opportunity to show what kind of a head coach he could be than Sharon Moore. So Harbaugh getting suspended obviously did Moore a lot of favors. I think there would be a lot more nervousness about that hire if he hadn't done what he did and made some big decisions. Look at the Ohio State game, look at the Maryland game, and some of the things that the calls that he had to make on the fly. It's not like they were playing non-conference games against the MAC or the Mountain West, and it was basically just keep the train on the tracks. He had important decisions to make, and to me that cinched it. That if Harbaugh was going to leave, Moore was the guy. And then the timing, just because it's so late in the cycle, and you don't want to lose 20 guys to the portal in late January, early February, when you don't have anywhere to go for replacements, that made it a no-brainer.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thank you very much, and enjoy the warm weather this week.
I will. I'm going to get out and blast the rest of the ice off the bottom of my driveway.
Yeah, I thought about doing that yesterday too.
But
then the football game started. I procrastinated long enough.
Just too long?
To AFC kickoff, and I was like, I don't have time.
Yeah. Oh, well.
And get the car washed too, Mitch.
Yes.
We'll see you.
Thank you, Mitch.
I did do that over the weekend. Thanks.
Oh,
you
jealous. I haven't done that yet.
I did it today.
Yeah.
And then tiptoed my way through the neighborhoods. Unfortunately, what is this, 52nd up here with the light?
Yeah.
soaked from start to finish because of all the snow melt. I mean, it was just rolling everywhere. I couldn't avoid the puddles.
It's only going to get worse this week too, because it's going to be nice.
It's going to be so warm.
T-shirt weather, I dare say.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would not dare.
Though I did see
Truth.
I did see one of Josh's people, and I do mean Josh's
cannibal?
people.
What?
No,
well,
not a
I'm
cannibal.
not a cannibal. I'm anti-cannibal.
That's what a cannibal would say.
A fast walker.
Oh, we call them runners, John. I had a great run yesterday.
I would say jog.
Do you want to hear about it?
No, I don't.
All right.
But this person was wearing shorts.
I wore tights.
This person was wearing shorts.
Chris Whitney is a shorts guy.
Yeah.
I think it has to be like below 20 for him to put on pants.
I'm worried for your people because yesterday my wife fell down yesterday. She messed up her rotator cuff.
Oh no.
Because she's getting old.
Sorry to hear that.
No, she didn't fall down because she's getting old. She fell down because she slipped on ice.
That sucks.
Don't be rude, Josh.
Because it was one of those areas this time of year.
I know.
If you see water,
yeah,
you got to assume there's ice there.
When I run over it, I go like this. Gotta be safe.
You got a penguin walk.
Yeah, seriously, it sucks. I went around a lake, so it was mostly clear, but there were a couple spots where the elevation changed, especially if it was going uphill and the sun was over here. It just couldn't hit it.
Was most of the lake ice?
Yeah, and I will say this. I do not like running around lakes when people are out on the ice, especially on days like it's been lately where it's gotten above. People are just out on the lakes, just standing there. And it always makes me nervous because I always think, what would I do if someone fell in?
Well, I think
It's
you
like, man,
have to go help.
I know I have to stop my run. Like, it'd be a pain in the ass. You're the idiot for being on the lake. Come over here to the concrete.
I mean, we know what you've done. You'd stop, you'd point and laugh.
No, I would do no such thing. Are you a Packers fan? Sorry.
No, the people that are on the ice are obviously Cowboys fans because they're not smart.
No, that's not true. We're all running. I hate saying it. It stresses me out. It really stresses me out.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I
was there yesterday. It's super sunny. I'm seeing the water as close to the the edge as possible, and it's like starting to melt the ice a little bit. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to have to deal with that situation.
You don't want to have to deal with having to help somebody if they're drowning?
Because they were idiots and went on ice? Yes, Nick. I don't. That's a them problem. They shouldn't have made that mistake. You know what I don't do? Go out on the ice. Shouldn't have been standing. In the words of Happy Gilmore, shouldn't have been standing there.
That's true.
And that's talking lakes.
That is talking lakes.
The lake boys.
Katie says Lake Flanagan on Saturday and Sunday was insanely packed. Fully expected someone to go through. I was there on Saturday. I couldn't believe how many people were out on the ice. Just walking around, hanging out with tents. Someone had this little thing to pee in or
don't
poop
they put
in.
out signs? Don't the parks people or the city or someone put out signs that say it's not safe to be on the lake?
Well, I'm guessing it's still. I would assume it's still safe today, given that it's it's
right.
fine. So I assume it's okay. It just again makes me uncomfortable. But there were a lot of people out there. I get there, I'm like, there are so many trucks here. Then I look out on the ice, and it's like bing, 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 bing.
Ice fishing?
Yeah.
What? They take their banjos out to the middle of the ice just to play their banjos? They can do that
That's
on
what
the
I
shore.
imagine those people do in their spare time.
So we've gone from Josh being concerned for his fellow man to basically just being condescending and categorizing all of you who go out on the lakes.
Call me
as
Franzen.
a bunch of banjo-playing goobers.
You said goobers, not me.
I'm paraphrasing what you're thinking.
Actually, I am thinking that. They are.
Didn't a former colleague of ours get into the whole ice thing, the ice fishing thing?
Are they of ice fishing?
Did one of our former colleagues? Which one? The guy who was here for 6 weeks?
No, he was here a lot longer than that. Didn't he get into the whole ice fishing thing?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Damon.
Oh, he did?
I thought he
Why
did.
does
I
it
thought they
seem
talked
like
about-
something
I thought they-
Damon would
maybe
do?
he didn't get
That
into it,
does
but he
seem
was
like
curious
out of
about
pocket.
it.
Yeah, that does not seem of
maybe
Damon.
he was curious about it.
Yeah, he's probably like, you white people are so weird ice fishing.
I'm
I
a-
don't understand ice fishing. Holds no place in
You're
my
just
heart.
Fishing on the ice.
One time, an uncle that I think he got me a ice fishing pole. Is that what they're called?
I mean,
for my birthday. You know what I never used? That. I didn't understand. I'm like, what is this? I don't understand this. Katie adds, Josh here for hating fishermen. Fishing, bad. I'm out on fishing. I hate it. It's boring. Though I did when I was a teenager. Would I enjoy it now that I'm old?
It's supposed to
I
be
could
boring.
bring
It's
a
a
book out.
relaxing
I could
thing.
bring a book out onto the
You
water.
could.
All right, maybe I'm into fishing.
Bring a
now.
radio, listen to a game.
No, but
on
then
the
the fish would
radio.
swim away. They'd hear John calling a basketball game. They're like, "See you later."
No, they wouldn't. They're in the water. They're
You
not
suck.
hearing anything.
What are you talking about? I thought the rules of fishing were you're not supposed to talk because the fish will hear your
They
takes.
only said that so adults would get kids to shut up.
Is that true?
It could be.
Holy moly.
I used to talk with my grandpa all the time.
By the way, it sounds like you guys are right about, or not you guys, you were right about Damon. This is where we missed the Damon Benning ice fishing updates on Twitter. That's what Greg and Lincoln says.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I thought someone had convinced him it was a decent enough idea that he'd be willing to try it.
Interesting. No,
So he's out there with Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon. And all the people that Josh will not help.
I would
when
help
the
them.
ice breaks
I would.
and they fall in.
I would just be mad about it. I'm helping you pull.
How would
I'm-
you? Okay,
I don't know what I'd do. Call the cops? I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you do in that situation? Hello, police?
Call
Someone's freezing to death in the water.
Call 911 and then take action.
But then what if I went out there and fell through myself? This seems like a bad
Then you'll die a hero.
That's why when I run around, I just look away the whole time.
Wow. Willful ignorance. Sounds like a lot of people I know.
No. Wait, why do you know willful?
I grew up in a small town, Josh.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about a certain other sect of people.
We have more to come, including the conversation of the A word. And we have an update.
The A word. We haven't talked about that much today.
No, but we will.
Okay.
We will.
Oh.
Also, an update on the
will be.
documentary we were talking about last week before the Providence Georgetown game.
Oh, the one with Mr. H.
Designated Hitler. A noted college basketball analyst is feuding with the maker of
Mr.
the
H?
documentary.
No, he's dead. Noted college
You can feud with a
basketball
dead person.
analyst. Nick Baugh?
No, it's not Nick Baugh.
Okay.
1620 the zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
But if you like trophies, that's great. I like sexy victories. I would rather have sex than have a trophy. Okay? That's just who I am. All right?
I think we could all
just
agree
like
on
the
that.
wide receiver from Wake Forest. People say that I like big-bodied women. That might be the case. I don't discriminate. Okay? I like big-bodied wide receivers. That's why I like the guy from Wake Forest. Okay, back to Iowa.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy and cooling off tonight. Low temperatures dropping back to around 30. Partly cloudy to start on Tuesday, turning mostly sunny, just a little bit cooler with a northwest breeze. High temperature in the lower 40s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently just one wreck to avoid. That's a crash on westbound I-80 at 60th. It's blocking the right shoulder, causing delays back to 42nd. If you're east on I-80, delays between 84th and 60th. Slow going on L Street for both directions, around 90th. And if you're west on 370, delays between 144th and I-80. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery has raised over $965 million, which has helped provide more than 117,000 college scholarships, save wildlife habitats across the state, and fund new facilities at the Nebraska State Fair. The Nebraska Lottery, helping to build a better Nebraska.
Creighton Sports Update. Creighton women's basketball returns to DJ Sokol Arena Wednesday the 31st for a showdown with Marquette. It's the Blue Jays and Golden Eagles Wednesday at 6 p.m. Join us for an electric atmosphere as we celebrate Greek night and give away a limited quantity of Blue Jay beanies and rally towels. To follow along on all things Creighton athletics or to purchase tickets, visit gocreighton.com.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Shrimp Fest at Shucks Fish House is going on now through Wednesday, featuring crispy shrimp, buffalo shrimp, shrimp cocktail, and others. All for $5 a dozen at all 3 Shucks locations. Get the whole scoop on the shrimp at shucksfishhouse.com.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
The balls were coming at me in slow motion.
On 1620, The Zone.
Hey, thanks everybody who donated last week in our drive for Hope Lodge, Creighton versus Cancer Pink Out initiative. Got some great responses. I'm looking forward to being able to share the totals when we get them. I have a feeling we did a really good job this year. You did a really good job this year. We didn't do jack.
No.
We just sat there and gave the website a few times and laughed and did our
and then correctly picked
jokey
the Super Bowl
thing.
The most important voice.
But thanks to everyone who participated. Saturday was another special night with all of the folks dressed in pink. And it's always fun to watch after the game when the players come out and they get to meet with the people who won the award. One of the jerseys was, and I never found out who bid on it, but one of the jerseys was Feakin for Coach Feakin at Gretna, who we just lost a few weeks ago because of cancer. But yeah, one of the more special days on the calendar, and the Jays managed to win the game, even though first half was like, well, they were covering.
Yes, I know they were. And then I missed the very last basket, and I looked at the television, and I let out a large expletive. And my wife, she was like, "What? What's wrong?" I said, "Creighton didn't cover." And she looked at me. I go, "It was in predictions, and I just lost a point because I almost picked DePaul."
And now we're tied.
Because of this. I could be up 2 games on Nick.
But you're not.
It was a rough week for Josh. Josh almost hit the NFC Championships game score right on the dot.
Dude, I know. When they went up 34-24, I was about to open up the YouTube page and clip the video and tweet it out. Then the Lions scored. They went for it on 4th down when they shouldn't have, and then it still almost benefited me.
Incredible. Jays are up to 13th now in the latest AP poll, which is weird because they beat Xavier, which is really nice, but DePaul's not going to win any awards, but a lot of cannibalization inside of the poll.
Oh,
a lot of cannibalization.
You're the one who likes it, Nick.
You're the one who watches it.
I don't anymore.
And consumes it.
I don't anymore.
Both.
Okay, settle down.
And did you see this? Did you hear about this? Adam Sandler is going around L.A. today wearing Trey Alexander's jersey.
I did not see nor hear about
I just tweeted out a picture, but Adam Sandler, he was here a few weeks ago when he did his concert.
Where'd you tweet this at?
Up from my account.
Okay.
I retweeted it.
Okay.
But
why was he doing
Adam
this?
was in town, and he played pickup basketball over at the Championship Center.
Okay.
And someone must have hooked him up with a Trey Alexander jersey. So Trey retweeted it, and there he is, Adam Sandler with a beach hat,
the
a floppy hat,
Sandman,
and a Trey Alexander jersey. We're famous now.
Look at that. So John's okay with this celebrity caring about a team, but not the other celebrity caring about a team.
I care about a lot of celebrities and their teams that they like.
I want to
Machete, big Rams fan.
How come nobody?
How cool is that? Machete is a Rams fan.
How come nobody called out Eminem for being at all those Lions games?
I am genuinely.
Hey, did you see the picture of Eminem yesterday?
No.
He was flipping off 49ers fans from his skybox.
That sounds about right.
So if Taylor Swift did that, would you be cool with her?
Who?
Taylor Swift.
No, I would call her a disgusting person for making those kinds of gestures.
I'm legit.
A lady shouldn't be doing that.
I'm legit. Wow, it's 2024.
Whoa.
Women are allowed to flip people off now, John. Times have changed.
That's not very ladylike.
Ladylike is but a myth. What is this, the 50s?
Oh, a myth. So you're saying that women can't be better than men?
I'm saying that they can flip men off, is what I'm saying. I'm just surprised. I want to unpack. I kind of want to unpack the Taylor Swift stuff.
It's a fun.
Go ahead, unpack it.
I'm just confused. Why are we so upset? I'm just so upset.
I'm not upset. I don't give a crap.
You have mentioned her. How many times do you think John's mentioned Taylor Swift today? First of all, she was in the Grum Down, which John wrote. He mentioned her with Allan Bell in passing.
Mm-hmm.
He just mentioned her again, and I think that there was another time or two.
So
I can't wait to get to content.
She's gonna be in content, not written by me, by the way.
So a mention. Why is
she was in your poll question?
Well, sure, because I was trying to gauge how many people.
Yes, but you are also annoyed by her.
I'm annoyed by in general everything because I'm annoyed by this Super Bowl.
Okay, so that's what this is more about the game than her.
Listen, I get it. People are going to watch
because
of her. I don't give a crap.
Because like a few years ago,
I have always watched this game for the football. It's never been about the commercials or the halftime show or anything. So
you're a football fan.
Yeah,
I know. But like, I'm just confused because we as a society did not lose our minds every time like Giselle was shown, and she was shown a lot back when
I hated it.
Interesting.
But I hated Tom Brady.
Why did you like them showing the bands in the BCS on Fox, but you are
the bands. They're supposed to be there. They're playing the music. I like bands. It's college football.
Significant others of players. They're supposed to be there too. If you were in the Super Bowl, I'd want your wife to be there. Rooting you on, cheering. That's John Bishop's wife up there, rooting on her husband. Then a bunch of goobers would be like,
but they're not married.
Girlfriend. It's John's girlfriend up there rooting on
nice
her
job,
boyfriend.
Romo.
Yeah, my bad. I'm just baffled by it like this.
I'm not triggered by it. I don't care.
The entire discourse surrounding it is weird.
This is the thing. It's everyone's turning it back around. It's just because she's mentioned now all of a sudden it's you people have a problem. No, I don't care. I'm used to seeing celebrities. I'm used to seeing celebrities at games. Happens all the time.
Okay. It just seems like we talk about her more than we do the other ones.
I didn't bring her up this time.
I know, but that because I've just been wanting to, because you're the only person that I know that is like continues to bring her up. None of my friends do. You're the only one. So I just was like, what's up with John? Why does he keep bringing her up?
They've actually started showing her less on the broadcast too.
Yeah, I mean, she's just a fan, and I move on.
Supporting her boyfriend.
Supporting her boyfriend.
It's true love, John.
It's true love.
I'm worried about you, John.
I look forward.
I'm worried.
I look forward to. I mean, maybe George Kittle will make his move.
Oh, stinky boy,
Mr. Sweaty.
How awesome would that
George
be?
Kittle, you just won the Super Bowl. What are you doing next? Not taking a shower because I stink. He's like, look at my hair.
Can you imagine it? What would happen? What would the world do if Taylor Swift turned on Travis and went with George Kittle?
I mean, I'd be confused. I don't get it.
I wouldn't. George Kittle, an outstanding young man, just because he has long hair. He's got great taste.
And is stinky.
Remember he had that F Dallas shirt?
That was bad. That was inappropriate.
That was very nice and very classy.
The confusing part would be her going from Kelsey to Kittle right away.
Yeah, you have to have a buffer time in there, Nick.
Well, maybe she senses that he's got a little more talent left than Travis does, and it's time.
I don't think she's talent chasing.
Well, either way, she must have given back some of the talent because Travis had him a day yesterday.
Okay, he's been the fact that
Travis had him a day. It's almost like, I mean, who knows what the narratives are going to be? There's been rumblings that he could retire. There's rumblings that Andy Reid could retire.
Propose.
But I mean, if there was ever a time to go out, this would be it.
It would be the time.
As he is playing. I mean, he wasn't playing that well this season.
Nope.
And now all of a sudden he looks like old Travis.
The fact that he broke the record for postseason receptions yesterday, like shout out to Kelsey. But what I didn't realize is how many fewer games he did it in versus Jerry Rice.
Did he?
He broke the record in 21 games. Jerry Rice did his record in 29 games.
Really?
I
didn't realize it was that
Peter King
high.
had that today. 5.2 catches per playoff game for Jerry Rice. 7.43 catches per playoff games for Travis Kelsey.
Wow, I did not realize it was
not as many
lopsided.
touchdowns. 19 versus 22, but again, in 8 fewer games. And now he has 5 more catches. And he'll get 1 more playoff game, at least. So maybe just 1 more.
Wow.
Remember a few years ago when what did Mitch call him? Benedict?
Benedict Arnold.
He asked a question about Rob Gronkowski and Travis Kelce, and Mitch pushed back heavily. And this was
big time.
This was 8 years ago. 8
Yes.
years ago when he did this. And he was like, whoa. What? Settle down. I mean, that take has aged fairly well, I would say.
Yes, it has.
Shout out Mitch for that take.
By the way, speaking of Benedict Arnold.
Yeah.
And we'll get to this a little bit later on, but we were talking about that Divine Providence documentary. And the game, of course, against
Mr.
Georgetown
H.
was this weekend.
Yeah.
Dana O'Neill of The Athletic did a pre-story and compared Ed Cooley to Benedict Arnold and didn't realize that the Benedict Arnold he was comparing him to was the wrong Benedict Arnold.
Classic.
Because apparently there was a Benedict Arnold who was like the original governor of Rhode Island in the colony days, like 1600s.
Oh, yeah. I remember learning about him.
And,
time ago.
and he was trying to draw the comparison of, well, Ed Cooley's not the first Benedict Arnold to come from Rhode Island or something like that, but it was the wrong Benedict.
That's not great.
It's a tough look. There was a lot of similar names back in the 1700s.
This goes back to our crossover.
I suppose you're out on the name Benedict.
No, Cumberbatch is cool. I wouldn't name
But
somebody
Ernest
that.
Houseman isn't cool.
I didn't say anything about him specifically.
He's fine with Benedict because of one actor.
I wonder what other names Nick is fine with.
I don't know.
Paul.
What?
Was that not his name?
Oh, damn it.
Jeez, Nick.
Took me a second.
Yeah, you thought I was going to go with a different bad person.
You juked me.
Audible, baby.
I want to.
Hot rock.
I want to take a look at Nebraska Ball's resume. We're going to come. Yeah.
All right.
John, the show's almost over. Why do you want to ruin it?
Yeah, let's be happy. Aaron
No,
says,
this is supposed to be good news.
Did you talk about Jeff Goodman yet? Not yet. We have not talked about Jeff yet.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
We'll get to all of that. We got a lot to come in 90 minutes on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Want to know the difference between 42 Degrees and our competition? Our customers. With over 1,200 five-star reviews, we are proud to say that our customer service is the best in town. Curious to know what our customers rate most every time? It's our knowledge of the products and how friendly and professional our sales staff is. Stop in, talk to our staff, and see for yourself why 42 Degrees is the source. By your mom's house.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the Super Bowl is all set, and it's time for you to get involved with the FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. We have a rematch between the Chiefs and the 49ers in the Super Bowl. The 49ers, slight favorites. I lean toward the underdogs in our Vegas Super Bowl. But if you're not sure on a winner, you could bet an anytime touchdown score, cook yourself up a nice same-game parlay, or check out any of the many props that they'll have for Super Bowl week on the FanDuel Sportsbook. New customers join today, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Happer and sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Happer. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds, whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Fresh off a 19-point victory at Denver, Omaha men's basketball is home this Thursday night to take on the Tommies of St. Thomas. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp. Join me courtside for the pregame show at 6:30. Tip-off 7 o'clock in a big battle for the top spot in the Summer League between Omaha and St. Thomas on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
You're going to get triggered now, and I'm going to mention Bart. My buddy Bart,
fun
baby.
Game.
My buddy Bart does good things.
What
he
did
does good
he
things
said
on
Nebraska
the internet.
was going to beat Maryland.
Who's John mentioned more, Bart or Taylor Swift?
Today it's actually been Taylor.
No, you mentioned her last segment, not me.
No, not the. I'm talking about the whole show. Nick's talking about the whole show today, though.
Well, it's now 1-1.
Now it's
Now
Bart.
I'm going to say it again. Bart.
Now it's Bart time. He was wrong. He was wrong about Nebraska. How can we trust this man?
Well, to be fair, I guess most of the analytics probably thought, and it was just a slight percentage. I mean, it was like 53% chance of winning.
Yeah.
But here's where Nebraska stands currently. They're 15-6, 5-5. That road record, 1-5.
Woof. Wow, they dropped a lot.
Yeah, they dropped to 60th in the net.
And they went from 42 last week, right? And now they're 54th. Weren't they 42 when we did the show on Friday?
Oh, on Bart's rankings?
Yeah. Yeah, they dropped 12 spots there. That's a dozen.
Yeah, they went down quite a bit. Now, what we're looking at, if for those of you watching in on the video stream, and we're going to compare Nebraska to a couple of other teams here in just a minute.
Okay.
But this is the remaining schedule for Nebraska. You can see that the next 3 games are all quad 1 opportunities. Wisconsin at home, Illinois on the road, Northwestern on the road. All quad 1 opportunities. After that, the good news is the schedule gets easier. The bad news is the opportunities to really improve your resume do not. Because you'll have 4 quad 3 games, all of them at home, and only 1 more quad 1 opportunity for the moment. That's at Ohio State, third to the last game of the season, which currently would be a quad 1 because Ohio State's inside the top 75. They're at 68.
Just barely.
But Bart's projected record for Nebraska is 20-11, 10-10 in the Big Ten.
So going 500 the rest of the year.
Correct.
And a road win. Right? You say 1-5. It says 1-5 up there.
Well, but remember, it's all about probabilities. Like, for example,
so in every game they're actually less.
You have an 18% chance of beating Illinois on the road, 33 against Northwestern, 48 against Indiana, 34 against Ohio State, 47 against Michigan. It's all about the probabilities, right?
Yeah.
The probabilities. So one of the things that Bart does is he's got his tourney projections. Now, this is his projections based on that projected record that I just
So this
described.
is a projection based upon a projection.
Yes.
Which is good because I think that that's what we all care about, right? Like,
sure.
I mean, were they get in today? Yes, that'd be fun. But the season does not end on January 29th.
Tim Kruger put out his bracket. Nebraska's still in.
And when
But
Tim
that's
does it, he does it based off
But
of
he's basing
this
it
moment.
off today. All bracketologists do it based off what is currently happening.
Damn it. So I have to give Bart credit for doing something that I like?
But as of today, Nebraska is the last team in the tournament. This is, again, projecting the rest of the season on his numbers for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And based on that, Nebraska is the last team in the tournament.
So playing on a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
Correct.
Rats. That's not
That's as of right now. But what I wanted to do real quick was compare Nebraska's resume, the one I just showed you, to a couple of the other teams that are right behind them. You got
behind them or in front of them?
Behind them.
Okay.
Wake Forest, Butler, and Drake. Wake Forest is the first team out.
Yep.
Butler's the second team out. Drake is the fifth team out.
Okay.
I just wanted to pick those teams at random. I didn't, Villanova and Virginia are in the same conferences as Wake Forest as Butler. I wanted different examples from different leagues.
Okay.
So that's why I chose the teams that I did. Here's Wake Forest. Now, Wake Forest is projecting out to the same record as Nebraska, 20-11.
Mm-hmm.
But if you see right now, they don't have a quad one win yet.
But they play a lot of quad one.
But they got a lot of quad one opportunities, including at Pitt this week.
Yeah.
They've still got Duke 2 more times, 1 at home, 1 on the road. They got Virginia on the road. They got Virginia Tech on the road. So they've got opportunities to improve their schedule. Next team is Butler.
Okay.
Who's on a 3-game win streak. They're Creighton's next opponent. Look at how many quad one opportunities they have.
A lot of chances.
And they only really have one quote-unquote bad game left, and that's DePaul.
Dude, what a weird-ass schedule. 2 road, 3 home, 2 road.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
So
Butler really has a chance. Right now, look at how many quad one games they have. They have 8. They're only 2-6.
Yeah.
Nebraska's 3-3.
And they have another 6 to come.
But they've got at least 6 more to come.
Wow.
And then the last team is Drake. And the reason I picked Drake, this is assuming an at-large bid, not an automatic bid. If Drake wins the Valley, obviously they're in. Where Drake could be bad for Nebraska is just tonnage. Tonnage in terms of wins, overall wins. They're projected to go 24-7.
So what, 8-3 in the remaining games?
Correct. If you look at the rest of the schedule, there's only 2 quad one opportunities and a lot of quad fours because, again, they're in the Valley. But one of the things that's holding Nebraska back is that non-conference strength of schedule. You see Drake, 148, middle of the pack. Butler, 107. Wake Forest, 242. But look at where Nebraska is.
Yikes.
316.
And how many teams are there again? 350?
350?
Yeah.
6, 7, 8. I can't remember the exact number.
Woof.
So you got that kind of weighing things down. And we knew that was going to be an anchor for them. We knew that was going to be something they would have to overcome, was how they scheduled in the non-conference. They had hoped to make it up by playing well in the Big Ten and especially, getting some wins on the road, which they have yet to do in the Big Ten. But that's kind of a comparison. And again, all of those that I just showed you, all those were all projections to the end of the season.
Damn it, I like Bart. I'm liking this Bart guy. First,
Bart-
you convinced me on the fumble through the end zone.
Bart's a good guy.
And now you convinced me about Bart.
You're going to the Bart side.
Bart's a good guy.
I am indeed on the Bart side. Because in all seriousness, what I want to know is not would Nebraska make it today. That's fine and dandy, but I want to know what happens if they're projected to do what they're projected to do. Because that's the more important thing over the course of the remainder of the season. Damn it, Bart, you did it again. Now they got to actually win some freaking road games, John.
Well, they do.
They need to win some of those. It's bad to continue to lose on the road. That's my take.
Would
you going to argue with me, John?
Would you like to know who to root for tonight?
I would love to. What does Bart say to do? AKA Cliff's Notes.
Bart says root for Duke.
Oh, man. We got
at Virginia Tech.
Got to root for the Dukies.
Root for McNeese State.
McNeese State.
Root for Florida A&M.
Florida A&M.
Because Nebraska played
Who
Florida
are these
A&M.
teams?
They're basketball teams, Nick.
Oh.
And root for Coppin State. Those are just some of the many.
More
Coppin
like Barrow State.
Yeah, I bet Coppin State would hate Crime Town.
By the way, as of right now, and these numbers always change
No
because
hat.
the numbers are always moving, but a win over Wisconsin would move Nebraska back up north of 50% chance of making the tournament. 67% chance of making
So
the
kind
tournament.
of like Purdue, it would be a really nice feather in the cap. Real nice feather.
Big time.
Love feathers.
Big time.
And caps.
If they win. So that's obviously a huge one.
So root for Nebraska this week.
Yes, Nebraska.
Aaron
root for
writes,
Nebraska.
why do road games matter so much? The tournament games are not road games.
Yeah, but road games matter when you're comparing resumes because they like to see that folks are well-rounded, that they're not just winning games because they're at home.
I mean, also I would add too, if you just continue to lose all these road games and win at home, you're a 500 team in conference play.
Correct.
As well. So it's just like you gotta pick up some dubs.
Yeah.
Gotta pick up some dubs.
Because, and listen, it's not a deal breaker, but it can be if, like, we get to the end of the season. If we get to the end of the season and Bart's projections end up being right, but let's say, go back to Butler. Let's say Butler comes into Omaha on Friday and beats Creighton. Now they're not projected to, but let's say that they do, and then everything else plays out as expected.
Suddenly they have a nice feather in their cap.
And their road record is right now 2-4. They've got more road wins than Nebraska does. And they've got that better non-conference strength of schedule. Oh. It more rounds out the resume than Nebraska, who would be more lopsided because they've beaten good teams, but they've beaten them all at home.
John, and I'll add one more thing, too. Like, this is also assuming that they're going tit for tat with home wins. If you lose this Wisconsin game, it's just, you don't want to say, but we won all their home games, because then that's putting pressure to win all the home games, too.
Yeah.
Which is going to be hard.
Yeah. Again, it's not a deal breaker, but if you're that close, if Bart is right and everything projects out this way and Nebraska is the last team in the tournament, that means they're getting in by a freckle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where all of these little details can sway a vote one way or another, where one team gets in and one team does not. So you want to try to remove some of those freckles if you can. Not that freckles are bad, because I used to have freckles.
I have freckles.
And then they faded.
On my shoulders.
I got a few.
Yeah.
Coming up, look back at yesterday and talk of analytics and going for it on fourth down and diving for the end zone and all the other nonsense.
Not the diving for the end
God,
zone.
we already had that talk. It's fine.
Right. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, you want to talk about she who shall not be named?
I actually don't mind it. Doesn't bother me.
I love talking about her. I think she's cool.
But that's not sports.
That's not. Oh, yeah, because we never delve from sports. Great point, John. I forgot.
We just talked about ice fishing.
That's a sport.
It wasn't the sport of ice fishing. It was just about how Josh wouldn't rescue an ice fisherman if they were drowning.
No, I would.
Oh, so you're saying his running isn't a sport? Okay.
Hey, Nick, I'm training hard over here.
I'm proud of you, Josh.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we're getting reports that traffic is stopped on westbound Dodge between 72nd and 90th. Avoid the area if you can. Otherwise, delays on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 60th. Delays on eastbound L Street around 90th. Delays on eastbound 370 between 72nd and 84th. And a slight delay out on westbound Industrial Road around 156th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
There's a lot more to love for a lot less at Saul's Jewelry and Loan. Now through Valentine's Day, get 50% off a huge selection of jewelry, heart-shaped jewelry, gemstones, everything you need to show your love. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. It's the Celebration of Love sale with 50% off jewelry at Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all of your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow through.
Happy Hours on the air.
What?
That out on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Wow.
We don't need another Chiefs Super Bowl.
Well,
That's
we're
happened
getting one,
so
Nick.
many times.
Why
I'm
can't-
sick of dynasties.
Well, Nick says
Why can't
Allan
we be
Bell's
sad
wrong.
for the Lions?
I am sad for the Lions. This is
Now
also
you brought up
part
the
of that.
Chiefs first.
Yeah.
Well, Josh brought it up first. But yes, also sad for the Lions. Chance, if you're here, I'm sorry.
As I say in my little graphic today, don't text your Lions friends.
Or maybe you should and make sure
No.
they're okay.
I saw, have you seen this? Have you heard about
No,
this?
but
You
what?
have. Last night, the game is ending.
Yeah.
And what does Nick do?
Yeah.
He tweets at Chance for all the timeline to see because he says, hey, and then he tags Chance and asks, are you okay? Nick, we appreciate you investing in sports. It's great. You don't do that.
Okay,
That is the meanest thing you know what I have not done to my Lion, one of my best friends in the whole wide world. I've known him for 15 years. You know what I haven't done? Asked him how he's doing. When he texts me, then we will have a conversation once again.
Right.
2 weeks ago, when the Ewoks were celebrating the death of the Dallas Cowboys, did I at Josh on Twitter? No, I waited until the show the next day.
He
and then
made fun of me to my face like a kind American.
See, and that's not, I'm sorry, Chance. That's not what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to be mean. I was genuinely concerned. I wanted you to be
but you made it public for the whole
the
world
whole
to see.
world to see, Nick. The whole world.
The whole world.
Well, the whole world knows he's a
I
Lions
saw that
fan.
and I
didn't
was
think it
like,
was a big
oh,
deal.
no, don't do that. Don't do that to anybody.
Well, now I know. I'm sorry, Chance.
For the record, my super was not about you, Nick, but I did remember as I was talking about this that you did that to me yesterday.
I thought I was being kind.
Corey, I'm thinking about you, but I'm not going to ask how you're doing because I know the answer is bad.
Unfortunately, the
And Chance.
Lions and Lions fans, you're going through a sports rite of passage.
The brutal loss.
And I know you have suffered a long time.
But this is a different kind of suffering.
But this is different.
Yeah, now don't Lions fans for years, when you would ask John, like, who has it worst? And who do people always bring up? Bills, Vikings, Browns, in some order. And Lions fans would always be saying, hey, what about us?
Yeah.
Remember what our old boss, hello. So they'd be, hello, what about us? Well, now they can answer the question better than any fan base possible. Would you rather have the 30 years or the good season that ends like this? This sounds pretty terrible.
Well,
But
they got
better to have loved than to have never loved at all, they say. And they
sadly, the rite of passage is to have to go through that. Not just losing, but how it happened. You're up 17 points, you're in control. And I even tweeted it in the moment. The ball that bounces off the face mask and Brandon Ayuk makes the diving catch. That was the Bartman moment.
Mm.
And yeah, you could probably string together the fourth down decisions and all that other stuff, but there's always that moment, that fluky, things are going our way, and then all of a sudden they don't go our way. And that was a classic example. And of course, of all the people to throw the pass, it was a bad pass. We're allowed to say that about Brock Purdy. It was a bad pass. Probably should have been intercepted.
Bounces off.
Instead, it bounces off the face mask, and Brandon Ayuk dives and catches the ball.
I mean, literally in that moment, it was like, see you later. The 49ers are going to win the NFC Championship game. I had no doubt in that moment that they were going to win.
Oh, as soon as that happened, I'm like, this is the Bartman moment. This is the Buckner moment. This is Ernest Biner fumbling the ball, running into the end zone. Browns fans, you'll remember. The older ones.
Wow.
But unfortunately, both fortunate and unfortunate. It's fortunate that you never had to go through an agony like that. It's unfortunate because your team was never put themselves in a position to hurt like that.
Yeah.
So now the Lions fans, you have that moment. I hope it doesn't happen to you again, unless it happens at the positive expense of my Rams. Then I'll
wow.
But for anybody else, you've gone through a sports rite of passage.
You know what else I appreciated about that performance, or just I guess the post game, was what Dan Campbell said after the game.
Yes, and
real quick, this is not in relation to going for it on fourth down,
right?
But I liked where he said, this was a tweet from Justin Rogers of the Detroit News. Dan Campbell said he was honest with the locker room. This might have been their only shot.
Would you like to hear it?
I would love to hear it.
Here's Dan Campbell in front of the press yesterday.
This may have been our only shot. Do I think that? No. Do I believe that? No. However, I know how hard it is to get here. I'm well aware, and it's going to be twice as hard to get back to this point next year than it was this year. That's the reality. And if we don't have the same hunger and the same work, which is a whole nother thing, once we get the offseason, then we got no shot of getting back here. I don't care how much better we get or what we add or what we drive. It's irrelevant. It's going to be tough. Everybody in our division is going to be loaded back up, and you're not hiding from anybody anymore. Everybody's going to want a piece of you, and which is fine, which is fine. But so it's hard. You want to make the most of every opportunity, and we had an opportunity, and we just couldn't close it out. It stings. It stings.
I think he's spot on for all the obvious reasons. First of all, he says it's going to be harder. It is. They're going to be at the very least, they will be a top of the division regular season schedule. So their matchups now will be number one teams in the divisions that they are matched up with. So you start there. He's also right that they will not sneak up on anybody. There was the Lions are so fun. They are now a team where expectations will be put upon them to make a deep run again. And they're going to do so in a division with the Packers being this other team that's on the come right now. The Bears probably with a new quarterback, and who knows what the Vikings are going to be. So you have that. Mm-hmm. Then, of course, the other part is the roster will not be the same. Like, how much easier would it be for these football teams that feel like they were one game away to say, let's do this all over again? How much of the roster is going to change over? A lot. That's how the NFL works. You don't just get to say, let's do this one more time.
No.
Let's try to do this one more time together. There will be a lot of the same pieces, but will their offensive coordinator be there? Probably not. He probably will be a head coach somewhere. So he's spot on,
Well, but this is the next level in the progression.
Correct.
Win or lose, this is the next level in the progression. And the great ones and the great franchises figure it out.
Yep.
Not to toot my own horn, but to Rams have been able to do it, going through umpteen bazillion coordinators and changing out a roster. And that's the next challenge for Dan Campbell and company, is to be able to keep the momentum while knowing that you're not going to be able to run it back 100%. It's going to be different. This is another reason why this dude is something else. Not many coaches would talk that way after a game.
Correct.
But he's being real, as he was real with his team from the very beginning.
Yeah, I saw a tweet last night from Robert Mays in relation to that quote, where he said, I remember Phillip Rivers telling me about Norv Turner's speech after the AFC Championship game loss to the Patriots in January of 2008. said they were such a good team that they'd definitely be back. Rivers was 26. Their defensive stars were young. It never happened. That team never got back to the AFC Championship game. And that was the team in that moment. It's like, wow, they made it and played the undefeated Patriots. And they gave them a good game. Of course they'll be back. Never happened. I mean, I the team that I always love bringing up is the Thunder. When they make the NBA Finals ahead of schedule with Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook, and it's like, oh my gosh, this team is going to take over the league. You know what they never did again? Make the NBA Finals.
Correct.
They never made it back.
Now, there are some stories where this is part of the natural progression, and you got to lose a couple before you win. The Chiefs had to lose a couple before they started on their run.
Stop disrespecting them by talking about the times they lost, John.
Well, they did. But it's not locked in and guaranteed for everybody. In fact, it happens far less than it happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times the team that has the look, remember the Bengals were supposed to be that team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they still might round back into form next year when Burrow's back to health, but it's never a guarantee.
Bills have been the sexy pick for 3 seasons, and they haven't even made it back to the AFC Championship game.
No, they haven't.
In that time frame. They made it in this stretch, what I would say is the worst of their teams. I think the 2020 team was worse than 21 and 22 and 23.
The worst of times.
And yet they made it the furthest that they have. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm a big fan of Dan Campbell. I appreciate a lot of what he represents, being able to marry the old school jock kind of in your face, biting kneecaps of it all with as I imagine it's time to say the A word.
The A word.
With a modern approach, in this case for some, a bit too modern, where they say, whoa, I do not like how you are approaching this football game. You got to take the points. You got to act this way. You got to do it a different way than the way that it got them there.
Well, here was Dan Campbell on the 2 4th downs that they decided to go for, and both failed when points could have been available to them.
Why not take a field goal there and maybe stem the bleeding a little bit?
Yeah, I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. They were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back, and it's easy hindsight, and I get it, I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. It's hard because we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out. But I don't, and I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man. But we just didn't work out.
Here's the numbers on Detroit this year. Before last night, when the Lions
is coming into the game,
when the Lions went for it on 4th and 3 or less, when they were in opponent territory or plus territory.
Okay.
They did it 20 times out of 24 opportunities. So they had 24 opportunities through the course of the season to go for it in plus territory on 4th and 3. They went for it on 4th down 20 times.
Real quick, the math on that is they went for it 83% of the time.
Do you know how many of those 20 times they went for it they converted?
I believe I saw that it was 16, right?
17.
17. So
and they were 2-2 in the playoffs.
So they went for it.
They went for it 20 times.
And they converted 17.
So if you just merely look at the 24 opportunities,
it's 75%.
They had 17 conversions.
Wow.
Which is a pretty good number.
That's an incredibly high percentage.
So literally what their season math said was this is the right decision for us because we had converted 17 out of 20. 17 out of 20 and 2-2 in the postseason.
Yeah, and the first one, the hardest part about that for me, and honestly, I've gone back and forth on this a lot the last day, but the hardest part about the first one is that it should have worked. It should have worked.
Josh Reynolds dropped the ball.
It
wasn't a great throw, but it was a very catchable ball.
It was a catchable ball. And the example I always think of, and good God, can you imagine the Bill Callahan, Terrence Nunn play in an era of Twitter? But I always think of that 4th down call, Nebraska's own territory against Texas in 2006. The play worked. It got a first down. But a incredible tackle by Texas resulted in a fumble. They got it to go down and they kicked the field goal. And I, in the moment, was like, it's the right call.
I loved the call.
The play worked.
I loved the call.
And while this one isn't that, right, there wasn't a catch and then a fumble. There was an opportunity for a catch and thus an opportunity for a first down.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest part about the first one. It's funny. Last night, the second fourth down was actually the one that I was more critical of. And a day later, I am less critical of it because I appreciate him. And I just have to imagine he thought a field goal is good. It ties it. But he saw what the Niners offense was doing throughout the fourth quarter or throughout the second half. I think it was field goal, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, field goal. That was what the 49ers did in the second half on offense. I think it was less giving myself a chance to win. It's more, we have to have a lead. We have to go up on them. We cannot tie them.
We have to have a lead and we have to work some more of this clock.
Correct.
And I didn't have a problem with either.
Yeah.
Mainly because they were being true to themselves. It would be one thing if they went outside of their comfort zone and did things that they hadn't already been doing. But this is who they are. This is part of what made them the Detroit Lions 2023. It was a place where they were comfortable. They were comfortable being uncomfortable.
They really were, yeah.
17 out of 20. That's a great percentage. And people like to say, well, you take the points. Still a 48-yard field goal. And Badgley was okay this year, but he's also an indoor kicker. He's not as much an outdoor kicker. So it's not a gimme that those points are going to happen. It's probably it might be a better percentage, but 17 out of 20, which is what they have been this year. And at that point in the game, and I'm talking about the first option to go for it on fourth down, the first option, the Lions hadn't been stopped yet. They really hadn't been stopped. This was before the wheels.
This was before the collapse.
This is really what kind of started the collapse. But I wouldn't have disagreed with the decision to kick. But I don't disagree with the decision to go for it because that's who they are. And it was working for them. And they were working.
And it got them to this point. It's funny. If you list out a number of plays that you would say that's the reason that they lost. And if you want to include a decision in there, not just the play itself.
Sure.
I mean, I still think the biggest part of the collapse or the most important part was the fumble. That was the worst.
Oh, the fumble, absolutely.
Because by that point, first of all, momentum has totally gone on the side of the 49ers. And they get the ball back. And given that this is still going into that drive, they had still moved the ball up and down the field. And their first play, they fumble. So not only are the Niners in plus territory, they're essentially in the red zone.
And that was one of those things where, I mean, that wasn't so much a fumble forced by San Francisco.
Yeah, it was the Lions' mistake.
It was a mistake.
Yeah.
It was being on the wrong side of the handoff.
Yeah, I mean,
and the whole thing got thrown out of whack, and then you started seeing drop passes.
And
you could just feel it getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And I know George Kittle said something about momentum last night I want to get to. And I know analytics doesn't like to look at momentum, but this is where I branch off from analytics. See, I'm still not one of those go for two when you're down 2 scores thing, because it doesn't take into account the emotion and the human factor.
The vibes.
You can call it the vibes if you want. But the vibes, especially after that fumble, because all of a sudden you saw the Lions go, and the 49ers were just like, feed me, feed me, feed me. And that's when Brock Purdy started to make plays with his legs. And that's when everything started to work for San Francisco. Our good buddy Michael Severe is on the line.
Oh, Michael!
He likes to talk about these things.
I just pretty much what John said. I called as John was saying the stuff, but it frustrates me sometimes when we always talk about the outcome. And in sports, we got to talk about all the game planning that goes in all week long. So I guarantee you, years of covering the NFL, they talked about this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yep.
If we're in this situation, when we are up, we're in the situation when we are down, here's what we're going to do. And then they plan for it. And then they diagram 5 or 6 plays for each of those situations, whether it's a 2-point conversion play they're going for, or if it is a 4th and 3 or a 3rd, whatever. They're diagramming all of that. So you plan all week and you tell your team, and I'm going to reference the Saints with this, you tell your team all week long, for 2 weeks, in the Saints case, we're going to kick an onside kick to start the second half or to start the game, depending on when we kick off, and you prep for it. And you get to that point, and you've told your team, we're going to do this, and then you do what? You chicken out or whatever else? No, you do it. You prep for it. And they prep for it. It's the perfect play call. Your quarterback gets thrown off balance a little bit, throws a little behind him. It should have been caught. But we got to talk about not the outcome. You got to talk about the preparation. You got to talk about the effort for doing it. The outcome's not going to always work. Nothing's 100%. But they did what they do. And I admire him for going. Now, the second time, I probably would have kicked for the tie because, again, I'm 54 years old. And I'm like, tie the game, please. But for the most part,
maybe he had the Lions plus 7.5. I don't know.
No, actually, no. You know, it's funny because I love this. I love the over this week in that game.
Yeah.
Because I thought it'd be opposite, actually. I thought the Niners would come out fast, get a lead, and then Detroit would fight all the way back.
Right.
And we'd have a similar game. So I really like the over in that game. I didn't have any feel on the number kept moving around. I had no number on that, no feel on that. But I just love the fact that that's what he does, and his team knows what and I guarantee you they support it 100% because he preps them for it. Because he tells them all week, we're going to do this, we're going to prepare for it, and when that play comes along, we're going to make it and we're going to win. And sometimes think about what would have happened to Sean Payton if they don't get that after overtime onside kick in the Super Bowl. He gets they go on to
because
lose,
the result is negative.
Correct.
Yeah, if the result was negative, but it's preparing for it. And he told them all they were going to do it, and they did it. And I wish, hell, again, I wasn't cheering against anybody, but I'd have loved to see Detroit just for the story. 2 weeks of talking about that is much better than talking about a game that happened 4 years ago in the Super Bowl.
True.
You know?
No, I agree. And the preparation, that's a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Because you win over locker rooms. Remember the clip I played last week from Hard Knocks where Campbell, this was in the first year of the Lions, and he's like, guys, you got to trust me. You got to trust me. I am looking out for you. I am doing this for you. That's what those 4th down calls were. Those 4th down calls were, trust me because I trust you. And that was all season of what the Lions are. They were true to themselves in those moments. I can't fault them. I just can't.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a father figure to all these guys, but for some of me, you think about your parents, right? As parents, we have to be consistent on what we tell our kids. If you do this, this is going to happen. If you do this, this is what's going to happen. If we change it up, now you're screwing a kid up and they're trying to figure out, well, I don't know what to do now. You can't be that way. Whether they are 4 years old or they're 40. For humans, you got to be consistent. And he's been consistent the whole time. I admire him. What he did is incredible. The fact that they got here, and trust me, if he'd have been wishy-washy during the season, they would have never gotten to this point. But they got to this point because he was consistent.
I agree. Michael, great stuff.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael Smith joining us.
I mean, it's funny, too, because, who was a coach that was really aggressive, sometimes to a fault, a few years ago? It was Brandon Staley. You know what happened with Brandon Staley? I think the noise of everything, I think it got to him. And he changed who he was. Yeah. And it's like you can't preach one thing and then not follow through on what you're preaching. Yeah, I have always said I love aggressiveness. And one of the frustrating parts about this discussion for me is always, and thankfully we're not having it today, is if it works, everyone's like, ballsy, what a move. But they never say, but what if it failed? It's always results oriented. And that's what is annoying as hell about a lot of this stuff, is that it's just results oriented, instead of process oriented. And that's of course what it is for him. And how, I think a lot of people, they don't like this because they think it's math telling them to do something. And they like a coach that trusts their gut. And I'm always like, what makes you think that this isn't just Dan Campbell believing his team is going to do it? It doesn't just have to be, well, the book says to do it. There's that famous Eagles coach from back in like the 90s who did something wrong after they scored a touchdown because his sheet or book was smudged or something. And it's like that, those coaches, I don't really think those guys exist as much as people want them to exist still? Why can't it just be Campbell says, I trust my team. I believe that they're going to do it. It's not that the math says it. It's that the math says it, and I think that they're going to execute it at a high level.
Well,
the
math leads you to what your gut tells you. Dan Campbell, when he realized what he had, I mean, listen, if he had a team that wasn't consistent enough or capable enough to gain 3 or 4 yards when it's necessary, then he's not going to go for it as often. So it became something where his philosophy was, I want to go for it because the math says it's good. And then, as Michael said, he prepared the team in those moments. Then, when those moments came about, they proved that they were successful in those moments. And thus, it no longer is about a math question. It's about who we are. And so your gut says, I've seen my guys execute. And I've been watching them this entire game execute. I'm going to put the trust in them that they're going to execute again.
Yeah, why can't I believe that they're going to do it one more time?
The math may have started you there. I mean, a lot of people look at the math. How Creighton plays defense is based largely on analytics. It's based on this guy is not somebody that we want shooting from certain spots on the floor. So we want him taking the shots we want them to take. And it's all based on numbers and percentages and analytics. And yeah, once in a while, you'll get that dude who's made 2 threes all season that pops 2 threes on you. But the reason why
the averages,
the reason why it's worked for them and why they play a different style of defense than just, try to muck it up and get physical and all this other stuff. They're playing the analytics. They're playing the numbers.
It's why,
but it's how they practice and how they prepare and then how they execute through the course of the season. And pretty soon it becomes a part and parcel of who you are. And it's no longer about the numbers because you've worked your plan and you've worked it successfully. Again, if this Lions team hadn't been successful on 4th and short this season, they wouldn't have gone for it on 4th and short in those spots. But they were, because that was their plan. They prepared for it. Then they went out over the course of 17 games plus 2 playoff games and executed it. So why wouldn't you do that in game number 20?
Yeah, it's, bringing up basketball, I always think of Steph Curry. There was this game that he had against the Rockets, won playoffs, horrible in the first half. What did he do? He kept shooting. What are you going to do in that moment? Stop doing what got you here? No, right. It's like, keep shooting. They're going to, the averages say that it's eventually going to start falling. Sure enough, they did.
Well, coming up next, an update on the Providence documentary that had people buzzing and had one person comparing Ed Cooley to Mr. H.
Designated Hitler.
But now a college basketball analyst has allegedly threatened the maker of the documentary. It's a weird story, and it's getting weirder.
Sounds strange.
On 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Had a bad experience, Josh. Mm-hmm. Would you like to talk about it?
In high school, I had a girlfriend who was trying to change my appearance to be more like Harry Potter. I don't know what tipped me off.
You were like, are you trying to Harry Potterize me?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but that was pretty much the beginning of the end for that.
Wow, what a time.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy and cooling off tonight. Low temperatures dropping back to around 30. Partly cloudy to start on Tuesday, turning mostly sunny, just a little bit cooler with a northwest breeze. High temperature in the lower 40s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, we've got a crash blocking the right lane on westbound Dodge at 90th. It's got traffic stopped all the way to 72nd. Avoid the area if you can. Also slow going on westbound Dodge between 680 and 144th. Delays on eastbound I-80 between 96th and 60th. Delays on westbound I-80 between 60th and 84th and between 680 and Giles on westbound I-80. And then if you're south on 72nd, stop and go traffic between Pacific and Center. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Love Languages, presented by Fernando's. 3, receiving gifts.
Here, have a taco.
Come and feel the love at Fernando's, 75th and Pacific, 114th and Dodge, and fernandosomaha.com.
Whoa, Sandra. So in less than a week, you'll have
my forklift operator certificate.
And Joseph, you're quick to
respond? Yeah, with my degree in paramedicine, I'll be a
first responder? Cool. Bella, where are you off to?
Just knocking out my gen eds before
transferring to the university? Smart way to say, Bella. Get up to speed with your me time. On campus, online, on your schedule. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel, they make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
This is a sale so hot, Standard Heating and Air can only do it once a year. Right now, buy a Carrier air conditioner from Standard Heating and Air and get a free furnace. Now, that's a hot deal.
Where we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust, like Whirlpool, Samsung, and LG, in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of our everyday financing offers on top items, from refrigerators to laundry pairs. And there's more. Get your new appliances delivered or installed quickly at your convenience. Because Lowe's knows appliances. Lowe's knows home improvement. Subject to credit approval.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
No one's banging that group.
The 1620, The Zone.
So last week before the Georgetown-Providence game, and it looks like everyone survived, by the way. No one died in the making of this basketball game.
That's good. Looked like the crowd was very excited, though, for it.
Oh, they were.
And their team won, so it made them even more excited.
I mean, they tried to crap down their leg on several occasions in the second half.
It's not what you want to do.
But in the run-up to the game, we were telling you about this documentary, which I think is still on YouTube.
What's it called again?
Divine Providence. Made by a Twitter handle called @BigEastFilms.
It is and there's the guy.
It's still there.
It's still there.
Well,
42,000 views.
The Twitter handle @BigEastFilms has now been suspended because the Big East filed a complaint with Twitter.
It's been suspended on Twitter.
Yeah, the Twitter handle @BigEastFilms,
yeah,
has been suspended.
It's kind of like in the old days when, like, if I remember right, Faux Pelini was at first named like @Coach Pelini or something, and it was so people then thought it was real, so you had to add the faux designation.
Well, the person or the individual behind @BigEastFilms is another interesting handle. @Blue Demon Degen, short for degenerate. The Blue Demon Degenerate. So this is a DePaul fan.
Okay.
Who has created this Big East Films persona or world where he wanted to tell stories, documentaries about the Big East Conference.
Now, real quick. So I didn't watch the documentary, and I know you watched.
I skimmed it.
You skimmed it. So is there like narration in it?
Yeah.
And did it sound like an altered voice or like a regular voice?
I don't know who they got to do it.
Okay.
It seemed to come across
just a straight up documentary.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Because I was wondering if there was like credit at the end for who, directed it or any of those things.
Well, he explained in a Twitter thread today that the Big East has suspended the account. The series has been canceled. So apparently he's not going to be making any more films, even though this one's still up on Twitter.
Oh, sad. Just change your name from Big East Films to not Big East Films.
Blue Demon Film.
There you go.
He said he didn't want to put his original name on it because I wanted it to be my own thing, its own thing. I didn't want it to be a DePaul thing. I started Big East Films simply because no one else was making films about the league, and the ESPN Requiem doc, which is the Requiem for the Big East doc,
30 for 30,
felt like a slight against the current iteration of the conference. He said every single view expressed in the Providence documentary was not my own. The documentary didn't endorse any opinion over another. It attempted to show how people around the departure felt, more specifically in Providence. He said he got a lot of warm feedback for this Providence documentary. A lot of people saying it's good, but the audio sucked.
Classic.
And then some people who really hated it. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Tay tweets in, by the way, the documentary was very good. I hope he gets to make more so schmucks like me get to learn about the Big East.
Well, apparently he's not going to be able to do these anymore.
Put your name on it, man.
I don't even know if it's about putting his name on it. I think it's getting access to people, and he uses a lot of Big East footage.
Well, the thing that I remember I talked about with
Fox
you last week, when I heard that Mr. H came up in this documentary, I was very surprised that like a John Fanta would agree to do that. Now, as we discussed, it's not like he knew that going in. Like, hey, this is the Mr. H documentary. He thought that I don't know what he thought.
So,
I don't know what John.
I'm not of copyright, but I thought as long as with fair use, it let you use clips from other entities for educational purposes.
Perhaps, but who knows? Well,
I mean, honestly,
let me get back into the
the big issue might just be doing interviews again moving forward.
Yes,
anyway. Fair.
He said some people are of the opinion that I tricked a certain interviewee into doing this, or that I was dishonest about the doc. He never names, by the way, who the interviewee is in question from this Providence documentary. He said during production, when in reality they had final cut over their lines, and I did cut 7 or 8 lines from the film. So whoever this interviewee who felt tricked
probably was like, I don't want that one included or that one included.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
But it sucked, and this is the maker of this film, it sucked when I started hearing rumors that the same interviewee was telling people that he didn't know what the doc would look like when it aired, when in reality they had seen the entire thing and said it was outstanding.
Do you have a list real fast of the college basketball people that were in this that we would know? Like media people?
The only person I recognize is John Fanta.
Okay.
Now, I skimmed it. I didn't look at the entire list. I think there's some student journalists in here from Providence.
And the crazy hair man.
And then, right. So I am not familiar with all. I have to go back and look at the whole thing. But here's where things get weird.
Okay. Say it's already kind of weird.
Blue Demon Degenerate tweets, the Field of 68, that's the website, Field of 68, of which John Fanta is also affiliated.
Okay.
Really didn't like it, the film. And then he attaches Jeff Goodman. He DM'd me after it came out. And he shows the screenshots of the DMs from Jeff Goodman. Goodman, DM, told you will be getting sued. DePaul Degenerate, is your source Rob Doster? He's making a joke there. Rob Doster, another college basketball analyst.
Mm-hmm.
Goodman says, nah, my source is damn good, though. You honestly might lose a lot of money for this. I don't think you will serve time, though. To which the Demon Degenerate says, got it. And then he asks, are you Team Shirts or Team Wade? I'm not sure what that reference is about. Goodman then later says, how do you look in orange?
Because of prison, Nick.
Oh, it's the new black.
Yeah.
And then Demon Degenerate says, you should hire a writer for this kind of thing. Goodman says, I'm just making sure in case. I honestly can't believe you produced that. Goodman later, in the off season, when I have time, I will track down who you are.
Whoa.
To which Demon says, I'll be at Wintrust. Wintrust Arena is the home of DePaul.
Mm-hmm.
Goodman says, you are a bad human being. Degenerate says, I disagree. We can talk about it if you want. So Goodman's basically saying, yeah, you're going to get sued, bro. And you're a bad person.
It seems like an overreaction.
Yeah, I haven't watched this. I don't really care enough to. Is he a bad person? Is this documentary guy a bad guy, John?
I don't know. I don't follow this person. I'd never heard of this person before. I don't live in that world of Big East Twitter.
Let me ask it to you from this perspective. Is this a Douster or a Goodman getting all upset because for lack of a better term, little guy is making a documentary that's ruffled a lot of feathers?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Are they friends with Ed Cooley, or they think Cooley was treated unfairly? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there is, and I'm not accusing this of Goodman or Douster because I don't know them, but access journalism, I think, is very much a real thing, especially in college sports. We've seen that. I mean, there was a ton of criticism levied the way of quite a few journalists during the COVID era, especially the ones that covered the Big Ten Conference. So that would be, that's the first place that my mind goes in terms of why would he get so upset about some random documentary? Now, I am also not in the college basketball world. If something like this happened from a college football tinge, I mean, kind of like that, what I thought was a stupid documentary done about the Big Ten and COVID a couple of years ago. And I made fun of that too. Now, I also wasn't sliding into anyone's DMs asking how they look in orange.
Right.
So, that's, I don't know.
I don't know where the motivation is or the anger is coming from.
Chief 1999 says, I watched the film before the game on Saturday. It was very well made.
It does come across as well made, especially from someone who's not a filmmaker per se that I know of. And part of it too, it might be the fact that this Blue Demon degenerate is anonymous.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
put your name on it.
No one knows.
I understand.
No one knows who they are.
Yeah.
That part I get. So maybe that's part of where the anger comes from.
I mean, I'll bring up again what I said a couple minutes ago and what I said last week. The surprise of seeing John Fanta in this, I don't know the guy, but it's mainly because he is like a play-by-play guy too. He does a lot of stuff, and he does a lot of stuff with the league. He does stuff for BEDN.
Yeah, the league works very closely with John, and John does a great job.
I am, there was the surprise from my end of wow, why would he be involved in something like this? And so I'm guessing this is just putting two and two together. Some of the frustration is, does he feel duped, and is Goodman coming to his defense given that they,
and the person that was mentioned in the earlier tweet thread being tricked, or an interviewee being tricked, he never names who that person is.
Yeah, and again, that's
so we don't know if it's Fanta or it's somebody else who participated in the documentary. And again, I don't know. Heck, it could have been the guy who referenced Mr. H.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that guy's probably, in trouble somewhere.
But so if you're waiting for Creighton's version, you're never going to get it, apparently, this guy, because this guy wanted to make one film about every team in the Big East.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what their plans were for any of the other schools or what they were going to be about.
Yeah, and again, going back to, I asked, why not do another one? It does make sense why you can't do another one if someone's like, oh, yeah, have you done any work? And it's like, yeah, that one that pissed everybody off? That was me.
So, who knows?
I think I'm kind of angry about this. I think it's dumb. I think it's dumb that this guy put together a documentary as a thing he wanted to do, and now a bunch of these other people are just mad about it to the point where he just doesn't feel like he can do it anymore. Or should do it anymore.
You should send this person some love, Nick.
Well, coming up next, we've got some content, and maybe Vegas has a good reason for keeping Frisco as a favorite.
Because they're going to win?
Also, what not to do when your pickup truck gets caught climbing an aluminum pole.
I'm so excited for this. It's one of my favorite videos.
It sounds weird, but it actually happened.
Yes, I highly recommend hopping on to 1620thezone.com and watch content, because there is a very funny video that is upcoming
on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
O'Reilly. Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery needs to be replaced, our professional parts people can help you find the right Superstart battery for your vehicle and budget. Don't wait. Get your battery tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's history in the making as the Omaha Supernovas, your Major League Volleyball team, continue their inaugural season as they host the San Diego Mojo on Saturday, February 3rd at 6 p.m. World-class professional volleyball right here in Nebraska at the CHI Health Center. Secure your tickets and get to know your Supernovas by visiting supernovas.com. That's supernovas.com.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the Super Bowl is all set, and it's time for you to get involved with the FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. We have a rematch between the Chiefs and the 49ers in the Super Bowl. The 49ers, slight favorites. I lean toward the underdogs in our Vegas Super Bowl. But if you're not sure on a winner, you could bet an anytime touchdown score, cook yourself up a nice same-game parlay, or check out any of the many props that they'll have for Super Bowl week on the FanDuel Sportsbook. New customers join today, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Happer and sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Happer. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill serves pizza with an unforgettable pizza sauce, fresh ingredients in unique combinations of bold flavors. Try customer favorites like the 3 Oinks and a Moo, the Mountain Man, or the Upset Grizzly Bear. There are daily specials and menu items like tacos, salads, wings, and burgers. Stop in and check out Timber Creek's family-friendly dining environment while enjoying a popular adult beverage. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill at 178th and Harrison and at timbercreekpizzaomaha.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Wow, look at this. It's 20 minutes till
I know,
6,
man.
and there's
I
still
know.
light outside.
I know.
It's getting brighter.
I feel the
a
seasonal
little bit
depression
more.
slowly lifting.
Man, John, I keep thinking about how excited you're going to be when the clocks change. You're going to be so pumped. Your sleep schedule won't be altered.
No more driving home in the dark.
No, it'll be altered for another week.
Any further.
Well, I guess it's time, if we're starting to feel good about things now, to feel worse about things. Nick, go ahead and hit us with content.
Sunday night, Swifties were already trying to figure out how their pop princess was going to be able to make it to the Super Bowl after a scheduled concert in Tokyo. American Airlines has added 2 flights direct from Kansas City to Vegas and named them Flight 1989, the Taylor Swift album, and the year she was born.
That was very nice of them to honor my graduation year from high school.
10-year-old, bro. And 87 for her very real boyfriend, whom she loves, John.
Yeah, kayfabe. That was a nice acted kiss yesterday.
Is this going to be, again, she's a horrible actress, John. Is this going to be the most annoying Super Bowl ever?
I mean, it's Frisco and Kansas City. It could be pretty annoying. With all the other talk, too, about Brock Purdy.
I can't believe let's unpack that tomorrow. I'm surprised that you don't like the Brock Purdy discussion. I think it's interesting. And I want to know why you disagree with that.
Yeah, I can enjoy it, but also get annoyed by it because it's going to be nonsense.
Is Brock Purdy the Taylor
It was getting
Swift
pretty
of the
annoying
NFL?
last week.
Now, here's the thing, though, that I would recommend to you and any others, not in related to this or in relation to this radio station. Just turn off whatever channel you're watching that talks about
Oh, yeah, I
it.
won't be watching much of run up to the game.
So there you go. You'll get to avoid all of it. That's what I do. You know what I don't do? Watch stuff. I read. Why don't you open a Franzen novel?
You told me he was psychedelic or
No, that was hippies.
Oh,
Pretentious.
It was pretentious.
He's very good. My friend found the book that I'm reading at a Goodwill store for $2.
I don't like pretentious.
He bought
That's a
it for
bargain.
me. Yeah, now I'm going to have the hardcover.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very cool.
Hardcover Josh.
Most annoying Super Bowl. I'm trying to think of a Super Bowl that dude, last year I was not having a good time. The Eagles aren't in the Super Bowl, though, so I'm in a much better mood this year. The Giants Super Bowls were worse. So, this will be fine. I think the game could be good. Okay. I think the game could be good.
You think it could be good?
I think it could be good.
Speaking of annoying things.
No, wait. This might make the game bad, though. This person.
Swift and Tony Romo.
That guy.
We're seeing trading compliments in the post-game celebration. Swift telling Romo he does a great job.
Nice.
And Romo saying she is even better. Then the two shared a fist bump. Should Taylor Swift be canceled for thinking Romo is doing a great job?
100%. Bad take, Taylor Swift. I have a take for you, John.
Okay.
Hot take I could be talked into.
Okay.
This is Tony Romo's last game with Jim Nantz.
I think you're right.
I thought that you were going to say, what a bold opinion. I think, so first of all, if you don't know, Tom Brady's going to take over as the number one analyst next year. Greg Olsen has an out. He could leave his contract. There's a part of me that thinks is it still Les Moonves?
I don't think it's less anymore. But
well, new Les Moonves is going to kick old Romo to the curb, and they're going to bring in Greg Olsen.
they're going to owe him a buttload of money because he's still under contract for a long time.
And it's like $20 million a year.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
One more thing before you answer, though. Olsen, part of his charm, he's a great analyst. Part of his charm is working with Burkhardt. I worry about him going with old Jimmy Nantz, the guy who sounds like he never wants to be at a football game. That guy wants to go home and put on a quarter zip and go out to his
his pretend hole in his backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there ever was a time to make a complete change, everything.
Yeah.
Tell Jim, you're out.
Yeah, Iron Eagle. Oh, baby.
Time to move a lot of people around.
Yeah.
In the history of the 49ers, every time they have beaten an NFC foe in the title game with blue in their color scheme, Frisco has gone on to win the Super Bowl. In the times they beat a team with no blue in their color scheme, Frisco has lost the big game. Is this why Vegas likes San Francisco?
This is a very odd but very true trend. The two times that San Francisco lost the Super Bowl, they beat Green Bay and Atlanta in the NFC Championship games. Neither of those teams are blue, but in their previous 5 Super Bowl wins, their wins came twice over the Cowboys, twice over the Bears, and once over the Rams, all teams that are predominantly blue.
Wow. So you going with the 49ers. Stay tuned for next week. See, now this reminds me.
Patrick Mahomes is here to ruin your
He'll
trends.
say, Wrigley, put this back on.
So here's what this reminds me of. John will remember this maybe. The Patriots in the Belichick-Brady era, they always beat teams that were animals or birds. Do you remember this? So, Nick, before the season, I said they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year because they'll play the Cowboys, who are not an animal or a bird, and they will win.
They're an idiot.
But then, so in the Brady-Belichick era, they beat the Rams, they beat the Panthers, they beat the Eagles,
bird.
Then they lost to the Giants. They lost to the Giants again, not a bird or an animal.
Giants could be an animal.
And then they beat the Falcons. So I was like, whoa, great evidence. But then they played the Eagles and they lost. So my evidence went out the window. 49ers are going to win. I'm telling you my take now. Give me San Fran next week.
Wow.
I'm saying it. The 49ers going to win the Super Bowl, and we're all going to say, man, we were so wrong. Josh was right the whole time.
Can't believe you're disrespecting the Chiefs.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. I picked them to go to the Super Bowl. I want everyone to remember that.
John, the Rams did interview a recently departed senior head coach about coming to LA to be the defensive coordinator. But it is not Bill Belichick. It's Ron Rivera. Does this work for you?
No. I don't have a problem with Riverboat Ron, but it's been a long time since he's been a coordinator. And let's face it.
Retire Ron.
Yeah. Now, I like the idea of Belichick because Belichick's always involved in the defensive game plan, and he's just like an evil genius when it comes to defense.
Evil.
And if you bring him together with the greatest defensive tackle of all time,
John wants him to be an owner coach.
But yeah, I don't know if Ron Rivera is the right.
Belichick's not going to be a DC. You see, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? There's talk of him being on some like coach's show with Saban or whatever.
What if he goes to the UFL?
No. I think people need to chill out with these alternative broadcasts that are going to get like 5 viewers. We're way too excited about alternative broadcasts to get 5 viewers.
That's what it's all about.
Alternative broadcasts to get 5 viewers.
You know what? Would it surprise you if there was an alternate broadcast which just had a camera on Taylor Swift's suite during the Super Bowl?
Actually, no, that wouldn't surprise
that's basically what
if
that
I were,
game was.
If I were CBS, that's exactly what I would do.
That's essentially
because you would get idiots that would watch.
The Chiefs-Bills game was. They had Jason Kelsey up
there will be an alternate broadcast for the first time, right, for a Super Bowl?
Oh, that's right. It's Nickelodeon.
You gonna watch that?
No.
The slime game.
Nick, are you gonna watch that?
No. A man somehow got his pickup truck up a light pole in a parking lot. He then tried to get it down. He was successful, sort of.
So I'm trying to describe for those of you before I hit play on the video, for those of you who aren't watching. So a man has collided his pickup into a light pole in a parking lot, and he hit it at such a force and energy that
climbed up it,
that the truck actually gets wedged front wheels off the ground.
Imagine the light pole is noon. It's 12 o'clock. He is probably at like 10.
Yeah.
Is how he is leaning it. So yeah, he is flying up this thing. And the crazy part is, John, it's not like his truck is like it's like incredibly damaged. He's just stuck up there for some reason.
So because the back wheels are still on the ground, he's just gonna put it in reverse and
put it in reverse, Terry.
Get the truck back down again. And here's what happened.
Keep going. You got it. Keep going. There we go.
Managed to get the truck down.
It worked.
But as soon as the truck front wheels hit the ground, the airbag sensor went off and bam.
Ouch.
Right in the kisser.
Ouchies.
Amazing. The suspension on that truck looks nice, though.
By the way, I was wrong. It wasn't 10 o'clock. That was more like, I don't know, like 9.
Well, either way, I would like to see
7.
how he got the damn thing wedged up there.
Yeah.
Because it's like one pole in the middle of a parking lot. And by the way,
what happened here?
The pole is not sitting on a cement base. Sometimes you get those big cement base. This one is just the pole is straight into the asphalt.
It reminds me of the rock in Omaha that people somehow get wedged on.
Yeah.
How do you get up there?
Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. There you go.
And that is content.
Hell yes, it is.
Coming up next, what's for dinner?
Yum.
On 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. she finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant, exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Guys, we all feel the aches, the fatigue, the lack of zip in our lives as we get older. We'd like to wish it away, to feel like our younger selves again. This is John Bishop, and I'd like to tell you about Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. There's no office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Progressive asks, what do a late-night pizza craving,
Pizza place. Can I get 1 large pepperoni pizza?
a newly licensed teen delivery driver, a guaranteed delivery time or its free offer, and your front fence have in common?
Uh-oh.
It's my fence! They can turn your stomach upside down in under 30 minutes.
I'm still getting a tip, right?
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for great savings and round-the-clock protection.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The physical therapy students of the University of Nebraska Medical Center and Creighton University invite you to participate in Joint Effort, an annual overnight charity volleyball tournament on February 2nd from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Union Bank and Trust Sports Complex in Elkhorn. Proceeds benefit the Nebraska Arthritis Foundation. This co-ed tournament is open to all ages and skill levels. Registration is open until January 29th. Get information on the tournament or how to donate at their Facebook page. Search Joint Effort Volleyball.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Stupidest thing I've ever heard.
The 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down,
Oh,
we're going to get
RIP.
up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I don't know what's for dinner tonight. The wife is injured.
Oh yeah, you mentioned the fall earlier.
So unless
Rotator cuff.
I hope
because she's old.
one of the boys helped in whatever preparation might have been necessary. But
Here's some
pizza rolls, Dad.
it might be pizza rolls tonight, honestly, for yours
Dad,
truly.
here's some bread and peanut butter that we got out of the cabinet.
At least it's not Uncrustables, which is the lazy man's peanut butter and jelly.
Do you remember last football season? I say last football season because it feels so long ago. When there was a famed.
There's still a season left. Still a game left.
I know. I'm talking about college college football though.
Oh.
There was this famed overreaction where I wanted to go home. Gary just was like, "Let's just keep taking bad calls."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I said, "But I want to go home and eat enchiladas."
There it is.
We're having chicken bacon ranch enchiladas. Hello.
You gentrified
Oh,
enchiladas?
you're
We
going.
have.
You're getting enchiladas for the first time in quite a while.
Congrats,
It
John.
will be
Congrats
the
on the
first enchiladas in a while.
Well, you know
Thank
what they say,
John.
you get less enchiladas after you're married.
That's true.
They do say that, Nick.
Hmm.
I'm very excited for these.
I
I'm gonna
would be
stuff
too.
My face
With enchiladas.
with enchiladas.
Gentrified enchiladas.
It's so funny, Nick. I thought the same thing. I was like, I'm going to tell them about these chicken bacon ranch enchiladas, and I bet I'm going to get crap for it.
Yeah.
But I'm super pumped. She was
I
like,
mean,
I have an idea. What about this?
I
said,
would be
"Sounds
super pumped
It sounds
too.
good, just culturally
Sounds
a little
like there's a
insensitive.
lot of pumping going on.
insensitive.
Yeah.
Are these culturally insensitive, John?
I said kinda.
Why is it culturally insensitive?
Well, I don't think the original enchiladas were made with chicken bacon ranch.
Well, I'm sure the original sandwiches weren't made with peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, interesting.
They should have been.
Tony says grilled ham and cheese. All right, boy. What do you got for us? I said boy. I was going to say the weird food boy, but then I had to owe a quarter. Now I have to owe a quarter. We're having a rough go right now.
You good?
Yeah.
Rice. I've saved up some money.
Yes.
There's a Wendy's burger I've been eyeing. It's got a pretzel bun.
You're gonna get the pretzel baconator?
Yeah, I am.
Nick, what year is it? Pretzel buns were hip like a decade ago.
Oh, don't be knocking the pretzel bun. The pretzel bun is
fell
good.
out of favor.
No,
I
they
like
didn't. They're
pretzel
delicious.
Yeah, but now
that's like
Wendy's is like,
saying
we have
that's like
pretzel
saying
buns.
whole grain bread fell out of favor. If it's good bread, it's good bread.
John's never on my side for anything. This is weird.
I'm a big fan of the
Nick's
pretzel
whole
bun.
diet is based around rice or doing bits. It's like I saw a commercial for the weird colored bun at Burger King. I'm going to try it. And it's like, but get something good.
So are you going to get a Frosty with it too?
No, I'm going to get fries. I don't like Frosties that much.
What?
I'm not a big ice cream guy. You've known this.
I'm having, but airplanes, Nick.
It's the one time.
I'm having ice cream tonight. I'm craving ice cream for a snack later.
Nice. Cookie dough and Reese's?
Wait a minute. So the enchiladas you don't consider a snack?
Nice, John. I'm going to be hungry tonight, John. Hungry.
The hungry boy.
Yeah.
Well, that usually happens after you have enchiladas.
I'm going to put gentrified enchiladas on my band name list.
Nice. That's two in the same day.
I know. It was good.
Whoa. Severe says salmon and cream cheese giant Pop-Tart. Hashtag what's for dinner?
Salmon?
Cream cheese.
Good God.
Wow.
Doesn't
Sorry,
salmon
Michael.
make you sick?
Nobody likes it. If it's left outside for 8 hours, it does.
I don't like that.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.